could have a point for that. That was a good job. We did it. He came round in over.
Well done, sir.
Straight up. You don't want to use your cup, man?
No, I can't.
No, you like to play.
Yeah, it's right. Well, give it 12 minutes away.
Sorry, done. You didn't want one anyway, did you? No. I'll be flat. He's meant to be coming back from injury. Yeah, that's a good hard catch. Oh, any further than that?
That's what I say. Well, the thing is, never said it.
Last lap.
I can't work.
Yeah, better for that.
No, I haven't seen that left there.
I don't really care. Dad would tell me.
This was up today. Not 24 hours ago. So I got one, he got called off the night before. So you normally
You get paid.
do.
You do?
Yeah, but for years, you might do years, you did it.
No. You just have a copy of it.
These are all people like me. Now, even this thing, I've done it.
No.
Now he does. Like it's right. That's how he does it.
Oh, back to the
Right.
Yeah. Put your heads up before we.
That's what the umpire does.
I'm going out? No, you're just I've no idea. Right.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome back to Northwood Merchant Taylor School, day 2 here in the County Championship Division 1. Live stream from Middlesex, myself, Kevin Hand, and the county's guests throughout the game as well. Fascinating day 1 where Northamptonshire won the toss, managed to post 219, but didn't quite boss it with the bat the way they'd have liked, certainly with all the starts they got yesterday. Middlesex 23 without loss overnight. We'll pick through it in a little while, but first of all, let's have a look back on day 1 highlights. It's a great shot. Middle straight at that time, and he's happy to go with it. Nicely played, beautifully timed. Just like that. What a ball. Right on the spot. What a change from Roland Jones. Higgins strikes. Last ball of his opening over. Crunched hard through the covers. Lovely shot off the back foot. Little bit of width. Glorious from Gate. Short pulls. Cry of catch, but it's powerfully put away through the onside. Now that's something he has done well, Broads. When they have found his edge, it's usually been with soft hands and an angle bat. Oh, now he plays him off the back foot again and he's gone! Back onto the hip. And down to the boundary it goes. Broads onto 30. A little bit of width on that one. Give him the treatment. Peter Milan's giving an almighty chase. Not giving up on it. He's gone. It was just a matter of whether there was bat for me. We said that Broad doesn't get a long way forward. Has he got him? He has. Taken it slip. Beautiful ball from Higgins. Whiteman departs. Eskenazi holds on.
Shot.
Lovely shot from Keogh. Doubles his tally with his first boundary. That's a great shot. Down the ground from Proctor. Short, up in the air but safe. Cryer catch. Milan the only fielder. Anywhere near in the onside at mid-wicket. That ball scuttles away. Oh, he's got him! Through it goes. Off stumps, rock back. Roland Jones' persistence pays off. There's a beauty. He's got him. Wonderful from Roland Jones. Paddles that one. Fine of Milan at deep backward square. Gorgeous shot. It'll feel better for Zaib. Big sweep from Zaib. Fine of the fielder as well. 4 more. Little bit of width, over pitched. This gave Zaib a chance to lean into it. At the boundary. Oh, no, that's going to be close and it's gone. McManus has gone for 24. Another one gets a start. Oh, that's up in the air. And he's got him. Up in the air. And where? All the way. Oh, goes hard at that. Really hard. Into the visiting tents. And he's bowled him. Gone for 49. Brilliant from Bamber again. Just gets one to nip back. Inside edge. Up in the air. Oh, just short of Helm. Come through for the single. Oh, it's a big mix-up. Should go. Simpson's up to the stumps. Takes him and that's it. Sanderson's run out. 219 all out. There are 7.3 overs. Middlesex are going to have to bat 5 overs tonight. And it's punched away by Stoneman. First ball of the innings for 4. Quite a catch it. Maybe for somebody as it goes over the advertising board. Cracking shot from Bamber. Bowser gets him off the mark. Strokes by Bamber. Look at that. Eat your heart out, Sam Robson. So those are the day one highlights from here at Northwood. Tom Helm was the player that we spoke to overnight. Interesting chat about the Kookaburra Ball, the conditions of course as well. Let's hear from the man himself. Tom Helm, well bowled. Could have had another one out there today, a catch put down, but it was a day where you could have had plenty more. The edge was beaten on many occasions.
Yeah, it was. We beat the bat a lot. Funny day really. They got 211 I think they got in the end. I think as a unit we did a really good job, kept it very dry. They didn't show heaps of intent to score, which is what people are used to watching on the telly at the moment I suppose. But yeah, good day for Middlesex I think today.
The Kookaburra in the spotlight again, how did it go today?
It was different, very different from last time down at Hampshire. Much less abrasive, stayed in much better nick and didn't swing heaps, but it looked like it should have done, if that makes sense. And I don't think we were just getting our seam wrong either. So yeah, nicer day to bowl than it was last week down in Hampshire.
And was that the surface? Because it was a much drier, coarser surface down in Southampton.
I guess so, yeah. It wasn't wet by any means, but it was certainly less abrasive and I guess, yeah, just a little bit drier.
For yourself, it seemed to be coming out really nicely all day. There was pace, there was bounce, there was movement, all the things that happen quite naturally for you.
Yeah, it was nice. Pleased with how I did today. I think I owe Tobes a beer for letting me bowl every single one of them down the hill. I feel for Higo and the boys, they did a great job running into that howling gale up the wind. But yeah, I think, we got our rewards in the end. We could, like you say, we could have had them out for 150 or 160, but I think 211, the fact that Ethan went out there and Rocky and they put on, 23 in no time takes a big dent out of that as well. So.
What was the nature of the surface like? There's always an eye on the bounce in particular here at Merchant Taylor School. Batting last can be tricky. Is it quite crucial to have a very good first innings with the bat?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't misbehave too much. It did a bit sideways. It nipped her. I didn't swing heaps. It nipped, certainly. But I think credit to us as a unit. I think we kept the ball in the right area for most of the day. Like we said, beat the bat a lot. Could have been very different, but I think we'll be pretty happy going to bed tonight, knowing that it could have been a bit different, but still 211 is not the end of the world.
Was that one of the best bowling performances as a unit so far this season?
I think so, yeah, and I think particularly with the conditions, knowing that obviously half of them have got to be up the hill into the wind, boys stuck at it really well. I don't think we bowled many bad balls today at all, and didn't let them get away. So yeah, I think we should be very pleased.
That was the rhythm for yourself. How close to that field to Tom Helm at his best? Because it looked close to it. Yeah,
it's nice to hear you say that. It felt good. So it's funny coming down that hill because you have to almost. It's better than the other end because obviously you're down the hill with the wind, but it's almost too much that way. So you have to hold yourself back a bit, and you've got to find the balance of not flying in, but also not cruising in too much and leave yourself too much to the crease. So yeah, it struck a nice balance. There was times I maybe tried to put it there a bit, so that second new ball leaked a little bit, but I think yeah, we're pretty happy overall. So.
Did you have to battle Bamber to go out as night watchman tonight?
We were both racing out there. Yeah, no, I was going in at 3. So Bamber 2, Helm 3. So yeah, I've got some negotiating to do to go again at 3 tomorrow, but I think I'll leave that to the other boys.
Good luck for the rest of the match. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, mate.
So Tom Helm, really interesting chat with Tom last night. I thought about that Kookaburra and how there wasn't as much sideways movement, a little bit of swing yesterday. Again, you really look at the overheads as well as it's so many factors to take into account, but I think certainly as the game goes on it will be the bounce, the consistency of it, whether this pitch at Merchant Taylor's breaks up or not. All to come on day 2. As you can see, they're out there warming up the Northamptonshire bowlers already. It should be a fascinating day ahead. Certainly we'll be looking up and hoping there's a lot more of that blue stuff above rather than a bit more of the grey stuff. Right, we'll be back in a few moments with the live stream full and uninterrupted here from Merchant Taylor School. But first, let's have a word from the sponsors.
Pioneer, adventurer, leader. It's an instinct to never stand still. Always striving, never settling. Why should investing be any different? After all, your investment challenges aren't standing still. So neither will we. Expect more with iShares.
We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East. We're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted. We're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile. We wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are sunrisers. Bounce it.
Leaders never stand still. Expect more with iShares.
So, Ethan Bamber is about to make his way out to join Mark Stoneman's Smiles all round for Bamber. 23 without loss after 5 overs last night. Middlesex had in reply to the 219 of Northamptonshire. Pretty good day for the hosts here at Merchant Taylors. They'll be hoping for a pretty good morning against the Kookaburra Ball. That could set up a fine second day, weather permitting, but at the moment that front certainly appears to be assisting all. One thing again that we've touched on this year, we yet to see a century from Middlesex batter. Today would certainly be the day. If there was one today, then Middlesex's position in the match would be pretty strong in a big game in this county championship campaign in Division 1. That man on the right, Mark Stoneman, came out, fronted it all up last night. I think he faced the best part of the first 3 overs before Ethan Bamber saw much of the strike. But Bamber's 8 equally important. So there you go, there's one of the important factors. The blue skies up above Merchant Taylors School there in the distance. Bit of cloud around, maybe the threat of a shower at some point. We shall see. Delighted to say, alongside me this morning, it's very good to see him, man. He's battled traffic, battled the elements. Fortunately not battled the elements too much this morning, but traffic certainly. Hopefully we're not battling the elements today. Mike Selby is alongside me this morning. Good to see you again, Mike.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kev. It's I thought it was going to be, my app last night said it was going to be rodding down this morning, and here we are, blue sky about, and it's a nice day for cricket actually, isn't it? It's not too hot. Bit of cloud, bowlers will get a little bit in the pitch for them, isn't there? I watched some of the feed yesterday, and it looks a little bit too paced and a bit up and down as well, so some work to do out there.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see how it plays today. When we often talk about a pitch being best to bat on the second day. A little bit of grass out there yesterday. How much that's changed, we'll have to wait and see. Here's White to get us underway on the second day. Right on the spot. That was one thing Middlesex did well yesterday. I thought they were on the spot the whole day.
It's really important on pitches like that, isn't it, that you go back to old-fashioned cricket, if you want to call it that. You know, we spent a week watching some very strange cricket at times, I have to be honest, and we're back to line and length, which has served pretty well for 130, 140 years, hasn't it?
Down the leg side. The thing that's struck me on that, and Gus and I touched on it yesterday, is I think it was the first test, wasn't it? England's first innings lasted something like 66 overs, and they luckily then had a rain delay in the third session of the day because it meant the bowlers had time to rest. No rest in between the innings.
No, I mean that's bowlers always like to put the feet up. We used to. Lords was lovely. The best time at Lords was when you just bowled a side out just before lunch. that was perfect.
On some masses, not much has changed in cricket.
Oh, they were happy days, yes. Up and see Nancy. What's for lunch, Nancy? Ooh. Go down, see the boys in the dressing room at tea time, maybe.
off the mark for the day. Be a couple here through square leg. Think about another, but 2 will do.
I was listening to Gus a bit, the brief visit he had, didn't he, the other day, and just thinking at the same time as watching having watched the cricket on the Test match, and thinking, imagine Gus if Ben Stokes had come and said, "We want to bowl you. Why don't you bowl 6 overs of half trackers, Gus?" You know, I don't think you'd know what half tracker was actually.
Oh, that one goes again down the leg side. Good take, really good take. End of the 6, 25 without loss. Feels like a while since we've seen each other. Certainly it was different attire. We've got the legs out. Yours are looking much better than mine, I have to say. Better tan on yours.
Yeah, they've been out in the sun a bit, haven't they? Yeah, I'm kind of detaching myself a little bit from the game, if you know what I mean. Not completely, but just trying to get rid of. I've written a column about it. It's been in the latest cricketer magazine. Just saying, I've changed, even rebranded the column. Now, it used to be called Inside Track, and I said, I'm not into Inside Track anymore. I'm not inside the track. So let's call it Rearview Mirror. So I'm just right about it's 55 years ago start of next month, when I first played first class cricket, and I thought there's quite a lot in that, isn't there? A lot of. I don't mean in that specific thing, but there's a lot goes into 55 years in the game, and I quite like to write about some of that rather than, whether Bazball or whatever.
Ridden by Bamba. He'll get a couple here to get himself off the mark today. Yeah, come back, he tells Mark Stoneman. 27 without loss. But that's part of the great history of the game, isn't it? It's part of it's not only the great history, it's the part of the great present of the game, that we love that history.
Well, one of the things that you can do, the older you get, is the more you've seen, and the more you can draw on experience, and the more comparisons you can make between people, So, and it goes back. The first ball I bowled in first class cricket was a bloke who played against Bradman. So, you go back a long time. Arthur Milton of Gloucestershire and England footballer too. He played in the late 40s for Gloucestershire, and there he was playing 1968 for Gloucester still.
Was it yourself I did it with earlier in the summer when we went through from the current side and we got as far back as we could in the fewest number of players?
Well, there's a story behind this, right? It might not have been me, but I did an exercise about 10 years ago where I thought, I wonder how few players you can go back to the very first Test match. Let's see this ball. I'm watching a ball bowled yet. Watch these. A little bit of nip back, wasn't it? No great pace. How few players you could go back to the very first Test match using players, England players who each of whom have played one game with the previous one. And I worked very hard on this to write a column for the Guardian. This was, and I worked so hard on doing this thing. And eventually I managed to find one, and it was really good. I was really proud of it. And I think it was 10 players. So that was good. And and you know Josh, my lad Josh, who's done some stuff for us. But Josh is just stupidly good with data and stuff like that. And he went upstairs, and 2 hours later he came down with an algorithm he'd written, which works these things out. And this thing I'd taken hours and hours to work out, I was so proud of. He told me that there are over 43,000 different combinations I could have had. And the thing is that the day Jimmy Anderson gives up Test cricket, that figure will go up into the millions. So Jimmy's the last link. But there's another exercise he did, and doubtless he'll, if he's listening, he might message me with it.
Oh, it's up in the air, but it's safe. Over the mid-wicket, and in the end over the rope as well. First boundary of day 2.
So you can go from the same sort of idea, but with using all Test cricketers. So you go back to the first Test match using players who played with or against another player, right? And you can do that in fewer. I think you can do that in like 7 or 8, something like that.
Oh, now. Was it an inside edge onto the pad? What was it? It's flown away by... No, runs, yeah, an inside edge.
Little nick on that. Good nick, wasn't it, that one? Flown away, isn't it?
So look again, strange, was it? I think the umpire's head is going to obscure matters here, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, it's just a little inside edge onto the top of the pad and away it goes.
Yeah, you're lucky it didn't fly to slip. So the answer to that one is only, I think, Josh will correct me, but I think it's 15. Only 15 ways of doing it. And there are 4 players who are common to all 15, only 4.
I've got to throw Gubby Allen in as one of them, because he had that long spell. No!
Curiously, one of them is, if memory serves, is Gordon Greenwich. And I can't remember the others. Josh, if you're listening, send me the list.
We've often done it over the years with Middlesex, certainly, and a few of the other counties as well. I'm not sure we did it with England or not. But yeah, it's good fun. You can lose yourself for a little while, can't you, on a quiet afternoon? Go back through it.
Well, I did there, and then you spoiled it with the algorithm.
Artificial intelligence will have it soon, Selvin. We don't need for algorithms.
I think the idea, the genesis of that idea wasn't Middlesex really, because you could sort of, at the time I was thinking of it, you go back from through Gat and then back to Fred, and then Fred's first game I think was Gubby Allen's last game, and Gubby Allen's first game might have been JT Hearn's last game. So you go on. What just shows to me is how little the game changes really. Saw a statistic this morning which said that Mark Wood is now bowling the fastest spell seen in this country since Brett Lee in 2005, right? Well, that might well be the case, right? It means Mark Wood's bowled very fast, meaning Brett Lee bowled fast. It was nearly 20 years ago, mate, right? Now, if I'd have said 2005, yeah, but you never saw Tomo and Michael Holding, they said, well, that was ages ago, they bowl faster these days. You see my point? Yeah.
That's extraordinary. Fastest spell since 2005. That I hadn't heard yet. That is
extraordinary. It's no denying. And of course, what you also have to understand is that the nature of these speed guns is changing, and I don't believe that sometimes they don't tickle them up a little bit too. That being as it may, bowl very fast, unquestionably. But if you're then referencing with somebody nearly 18 years ago as the next fastest, and then 18 years before that, or 20 years before that, you're saying, oh, now they couldn't have bowled as fast as Brett Lee did. Yeah. Well, they could, in fact, and I've seen it. So that's what you get in 55 years.
Yeah, I mentioned Gubby Allen because he played post-war, but was also in the Bodyline, wasn't he? Which Bodyline's got a mention or two this series again.
Well, again, the first of these columns I wrote, right, this rear view mirror thing was a bit about bounce and short pitch bowling, and I found this book at home, or at least I remembered I got this book at home, and it's called Three Straight Sticks, and it's the autobiography of R.E.S. Wyatt, Bob Wyatt, captain of Warwickshire in England, and he's talking about 1928 facing Leary Constantine for Warwickshire, he's batting for Warwickshire, and he said in there they were just carrying Bates off unconscious when I went to the crease. The first two balls from Constantine hit me on the head and went for 4. They didn't knock me unconscious, but they shook me up a bit. And then he talks about the following winter they went to the West Indies in 1920, 29, 30. And he talks about Constantine there. And he said Constantine, from the word go, bowled lightning fast, bowled bouncer after bouncer, lightning fast to only 2 on the offside. So in 28, 29, 30, Leary Constantine was bowling body line, so it wasn't like an invention. But Wyatt was there, of course, and Wyatt was, I think, might have been vice captain to Jardine, was he? It might have been. He was certainly on that trip, and they didn't. That wasn't something they used right at the start anyway. But they said they noticed again, this is Wyatt's memoir. So we noticed in a game against South Australia.
Well, I kept a fraction low on Bamber outside of the off stump. One to watch.
That Bradman flinched a bit against Larwood, and that's when they did it. They didn't go out there with with this plan at the start apparently. And Gubby, who didn't bowl it, and the legend says Gubby Allen didn't bowl it because he didn't agree with it. I think he was a bit shrewd in that. I think he didn't bowl it because he knew he wasn't quick enough. And I don't blame him.
End of the ninth, 35 without loss. Joe, my first introduction as a child to the Bodyline series was actually a movie. I think it was an Australian production because Hugo Weaving was Douglas Jardine.
Yeah, no, there was a really weird one, wasn't it? When cricket movies or cricket plays or whatever, unless they're showing village green cricketers, rubbish, aren't they? Because nobody looks like they're playing. And they always say, "How's that?" when the ball hits the stumps.
Yeah.
The umpire goes like that.
All sports have had that problem, really, haven't they? Or a lot of sports have had.
Yeah.
Try and put it on the big screen.
Well, do you remember a football program many years ago called it was called United, was it? It was about a football club, and you've never seen a less likely bunch of actors playing footballers who.
There was who was it in the movies? It was the film. The book was called A Kestrel for a Knave, and Kes was the name of the film. He's Kestrel.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think the name of the actor who pretty much he was the PE teacher, famous actor, and he just basically made himself Bobby Charlton running around these little kids scoring the goals. That was probably the best version of football I'd seen on the big screen at that point. Down the grounds. Beautiful shot from Stoneman. Launches into it. 6 runs. Now it's interesting because you talked about the pace salve being a little bit too pacey yesterday, and we saw that in a couple of pushes where he could have been chipped back into the offside, chipped back to the bowler.
Well, he's that cleans a whistle. He's fetched it actually. He's fetched that from outside off stump, well outside off stump, dragged it a tad, but he's hit it clean as a nut, hasn't he? There she goes. I wonder what's made him do that.
What I wonder is that two-pace nature that he's gone with a clear mindset that if it's up there and I'm going to go for it, I'm not going to be pushing it gently back to mid-off or mid-on.
There's something to be said for that, isn't there? You can be positive without being reckless. I think ultimately that's the message that Stokes has tried to put over, and hasn't fully been taken on board by some people. He himself is actually the one who hasn't totally bought into what people perceive it ought to be about. He's played properly.
Yeah, that was the feeling that Stokes kind of showed the way in this one, that actually it's not just attack.
No, it's understanding the moment, isn't it? You know, I watched him that last day at Lord's. I was there right up the front row of the top deck watching all that. That was mostly a good day out, apart from the bit before lunch where I actually messaged somebody and said, I'm going to go and sit in the garden, I can't watch this. And then it perked up a bit.
Yeah, it certainly can be infuriating at times, exhilarating at some points and infuriating at others.
Well, you look at the way that he played when he won that game at Headingley, famous game, and he took a long time to get 50s, and that. It was only later that he, when situation demanded, and that's what he did again. That's what he did at Lord's. He's masterful at playing that game, and that's the message I think he's trying to put over.
That one had a little pop, didn't it, onto the splice? End of the 10th, 41 without loss.
There were a few bounces yesterday, weren't there, from nowhere and quickly, and then it comes through slowly and not, quite low. So that spliced him, isn't it? He's well forward to it, pushing hard at it.
And that again, I think, probably tells us a bit, doesn't it, about that drive. Again, he's thinking, well, what's actually the higher risk here? Is the higher risk trying to play a proper on drive, or is the higher risk thinking, all right, well, this fielder's up, so let's go over the top of them, get good enough clearance of them, and
I suppose that was actually a ball he probably could have left. It was quite wide. From round the wicket, it was still wide. It wasn't coming at him, it was just going straight down the line. And it was just a drag, wasn't it? But clean drag.
oh, there you go. Another example of it. That just nips back now. Obviously, he's talking about tail ender playing it at the moment, Bamber, so how well he judged the length.
Come back quite sharply, hasn't it? And not bounced again.
Well, we saw the one dribble through at the end of the last over from Sanderson.
I think he's saying try and get forward to it. Easier said than done, I'll tell you. For
Useful little job though, isn't it? 41
cool,
without loss.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll come back to that, get forward to it in a moment. I'll never be able to hear get forward to it again without thinking of Norman Cowans' story about going out to bat with embers facing Malcolm Marshall. Just get forward to it.
Well, there's another story of that too, which we played. We were playing a Saturday, Monday, Tuesday game at Middlesex against Yorkshire. The Sunday game was at Headingley. Right, so we were pack up and go down to, and we were doing really well in the championship game, which we ultimately won by an innings, I think. So. So we got to Headingley, and it was a really weird pitch. I don't know if it was a new pitch or what, but it looked like just a series of hexagons pinned together with grass, if you get me. So bare, but grassy round the hexagon edges, as they were all, like a geometric pitch. Click, 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 being clicked in. And it was really weird. Anyway, we had a lad come up to play called Martin Vernon. Remember Martin Vernon? His first game for Middlesex, he came up on the train.
Look at that one bounce.
Yeah,
a couple of bounce now.
He's had both in the space of 3 balls, hasn't he?
Just remember to get forward, Bamber.
Yeah. Well, so Martin came up and he he got 3 for 12 off his 8 overs, and he pulled his sweater on and he marched all the way down to the football stand end to fine leg there, saying, "I've come all this way and it's a no contest." His very words, right? Anyway, we were bowled out for 23. 23 all out, chasing 160, and in the course of it, Graham Barlow, who I can't remember if he opened or not, but he got a ball from Tony Nicholson that shot straight along the deck, hit him on the toe, right? Absolutely just shot straight along the deck. Our next one in was Larry Gomes, who, as he went past Graham said, "You've got to get forward on this pitch, Larry." Gomes, he pushed forward first ball and nearly took his head off, and he's got just got a thin glove on it, so Gomes was out the first ball. So got to get forward on this became a little bit of a mantra for a while.
So well done by Bamber. He's going to keep the strike. End of the 11th, 42 without loss. Well, Cowans had to go off, didn't he? He got thumped on the head by Marshall.
Oh, yeah.
No helmet. Everyone said, "Norman, you've forgotten your helmet." "Ah, Bowlers Union, he won't bowl a bumper." Embry says, "Get forward," and Marshall bangs on in.
Oh, you do see some weird ones.
Uxbridge, I think it was, from memory.
Remember but I think it was which World Cup would it have been? It was in Pakistan. Anyway, the UAE were playing against South Africa, and UAE were captain. They were a complete team of Pakistanis or Bangladeshis or basically Sri Lankans, basically workers in the UAE. Apart from the captain, who was Sheikh Zawani, who had a yellow Ferrari and he did everything, and he went out the back against Alan Donald in a big sun hat. Opened the batting against Alan Donald in a sun hat. It was horrible. It was horrible. They stretched him off quite quickly. I mean, it was just horrible.
Taylor into the attack for the first time. And up the hill from the lake end. It's interesting yesterday, actually, just thinking about the lake end very quickly, that Roland Jones, I thought, looked a lot better from the Benham end down the hill, as Helm did as well. Helm did actually mention it in the overnight interview. He said, I did have to thank the skipper for giving me all the Benham end spells and not sending me up the hill, which is where Mercer over the years has usually come here at Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, it wasn't quite clear to me where the wind was. It was quite a strong wind yesterday, wasn't there? So, I mean, if that was coming down the hill as well, then it's a no-brainer, isn't it? I would have thought.
Yeah, it was down the hill from the Benham end to the lake end, so you were up the hill into the wind yesterday.
Yeah, well, welcome to my world. That's
yeah, indeed.
And people always say, which end do you prefer at Lord's? I said, always the nursery end. I said, why is that? Well, nobody ever said to me, which end would you like? And I suspect the same as with Merch, but you would I always think it's the best end of bowl anyway. I mean, just do for my type of bowler, his sort of bowler, swing bowlers. I always thought Jimmy Anderson should bowl more from that end. He hates it. Every time I've spoken to him about it, I can't get it right. I can't get a line. Messes my line up. Would have been interesting to see him at Headingley, actually, not just because he's flogged himself on 2 rubbish pitches and there's a bit in it for him, but also because the last time he played there, he bowled brilliantly and got a stack of wickets, and it was the first time he'd ever bowled up from the football stand end. First time he'd ever bowled a single ball up there. He used to hate Headingley with a passion, couldn't get anybody out. I'm pretty sure he got 10 in the match, bowling up the hill. First time he'd ever done it. So you can be too dogmatic, you know.
Mercer's wickets against Kent earlier this summer all came from the pavilion end, didn't they? When he took his 10 for, or the majority of them did, which is a rarity for Mercer.
Yeah.
I mean, Roland Jones, though, talking about up the hill here, certainly at Lords, I always feel down the hill, bowling, nipping it in towards the off stump. Right arm over, be it. I mean, he's one of those who does still like to say right arm over to a left-hander, Roland Jones, isn't he, rather than coming around. So he's usually right arm over to right-hander and left-hander from the pavilion end with that slope going across.
The pavilion end sets better bowlers who have a slight angle on their run. If you've got a straight run, it throws you down the hill, just as the other end, the pavilion end. If you bowl from the pavilion end, a straight run's really good because you're kind of running against the slope, as it were. If you have an angle on your run, you get thrown down the slope, and it puts you off. You overbalance a little bit, you lean back, and that's when people push it down the leg side, and that's when Clive Radley gets 10,000 runs down to fine leg, right?
Saw him yesterday. He wandered in at the back of the box.
Well, and conversely, the other end, it said the running into the slope with a slight angle, it sets you really well. So that's all things being equal, that is a rule of thumb I would say works very well. And back in the day, fast bowlers used to like bowling from the pavilion end, not just because you bowl it a little bit further outside off stump loop cover, because the ridge was at that end, famous Lord's Ridge, and also until sometime in the 60s they were bowling without sight screens out the pavilion without sight screens. So there's more than one reason for it.
I thought interestingly in the test actually Stark bowled from the nursery end, didn't he? I always prefer a left armour from the nursery end against the slope, bringing it back in against the slope.
I certainly think that's true about spinners.
Bowls in, that's the end of Bamber. He's done well though, 43 put on for the first wicket with the night watchman. Stoneman's still there on 25. Bamber's done a really, really good job. 38 deliveries and into the 13th over of this Kookaburra, which we know nowadays goes soft pretty quickly. So he's done a fine job for his side overnight. 5 overs last night and into what, an 8th over this morning.
You get a little thin one on that maybe? Took middle, didn't it? I'm not sure it did actually. It's a good ball. It's come back at him. He's just left a Morris Tate, as they used to say. To the Morris. Yeah, it's a good ball. It's nipped.
A few top order batsmen would have struggled with that one.
Yeah, he's done a great job. 43 for with a night watchman, and I think it's a pretty good start. You're not chasing too many to get a lead. So I wonder why it was Robbo who got the night watchman and not Stoneman. Did they explain that?
Well, I didn't ask too much. I did ask Tom Helm cheekily. I hadn't actually noticed that he was padded up to come in at 3 last night, Helm, to replace either Bamber or Stoneman. But I did say to him how big a battle was it to go out there and bat as night watchman to Helm, and I didn't probe too much last night on that, but I assume that it was just offered to them, was it? That it could have been Bamber and Helm that could have gone out last night, but Stoneman, perhaps being Mark Stoneman, said, no, I want to go out there.
Yeah. Well, I'll be really honest with you, I'm not sure I really like the idea of night watchman. I think batsmen are paid to go out and bat. That's what they do, they don't do it before lunch, 20 minutes before lunch, send somebody in to a little tea, do they?
Sam Robson's first ball, and you can imagine it was nipping back towards that middle stump again. Robson with a little inside edge to get him off the mark. 44 for 1. I like Dave Fulton's explanation actually. I remember rain delay at Lord's probably many moons ago when he switched across from playing, and I think he was there for Sky that day. I was just saying about difficult. It's a difficult 8 or 9 overs tonight now. 3 overs, you might have thought, all right, we'll get through in those 3 overs. 8 or 9 overs, this could be real trouble. And he said, well, actually, as an opener, I preferred 8 or 9 overs at night to 2 or 3 overs. Think about 2 hit. Come back comfortably, will they? Throw to the non-striker's end. I tell you what, it wasn't that comfortable. Robson's in because it didn't hit, but had it have struck, then I think there'd have been an almighty appeal there. A couple more for Stoneman.
Yeah, I can understand the logic in that, because with 8 or 9 overs you've just got a chance to sort of play yourself in a bit rather than
precisely
thinking I've got to get through to the close. Yeah.
Yeah, he said two overs, 3 overs is just nothing to, and obviously 1 over there's nothing to get your teeth into, he said at all. Now, that just plugged a little on him, didn't it? It felt as though he was through that. Got a little murmur of excitement from the fields, a little smile from Stoneman as well.
When I went down to play for Glamorgan, very first game I had there as captain was against Essex at Fire Gardens, and we got to the end of the day and I thought, we do need a night watchman. I hadn't even thought about night watchman. So I looked around to find a night watchman, and there was nobody around, nobody about. No, sent somebody, where are they? And the answer was they were all in the communal bath. There's a communal bath there. It was only me, so I had to go and do my own night watchman job. First game.
47 for 1, 13 gone. Bamber dismissed at last, so the openers, the regular opening pair together at last.
It was like I couldn't get the staff, I couldn't get the staff to do it.
Story I like about a player being in a bath too early was Sylvester Clark when Surrey were all done at Essex, and they said, "Come on, you've got to get out of the bath. You got a bath." And he thought they were what? He said, "No, you're winding me up. I'm not getting out of the bath." And they had to lift him out of the bath to go and bat. Couldn't believe it. Is it 14 they were all done for at Essex, Surrey?
Yeah. Well, you know the reporter story about that, do you?
Oh yeah.
The Henry Blofeld story. Yeah.
We told that earlier in the season. Why did that come up? There was something earlier in the season that brought that up.
It was something you had to do back in the day, in fact, because you were filing copy by phone, and if you were at a county game, you either use the local stringer's phone, local reporter's phone, and hired it from me, or paid them, I don't know, whatever, you charge them expenses, tenner or something we use. Or sometimes you might go round to somebody's house, knock on the door and say, "If I give you £5, can I use your phone?" Or, it was part of the strategy of getting the copy back. But
now, what did that take?
So one of the things that you had to do was to write early copy, and you used to file it early because there's like a queue for the phone, and then you would leave a space at the bottom. Nobody carried it. Later, blah blah were X-Rex, and they'd get the subs to fill it in, and that's what happened on that particular day there. Later, Surrey were blank for blank, and the sub who did it was Matthew Engel, who became cricket correspondent of the Guardian.
Oh, it's a beaut.
Everything all right, old boy? My dear old thing. Everything all right to fill it in? Yes, I filled it in, Henry. It's 14 for 10. The other one that used to sort of leading on from that a bit was a phrase you might have missed it, and the late news would have always been later blogs did the hat trick, you see, and which of course nobody's ever able to write until I managed to do it the first game of the World Cup in Australia, New Zealand, when Finney got the most awful hat trick in history at the end of the game. I was able to put that in. Later, Stephen Finn did the hat trick. The payoff. Caught a log on, log off, haven't they? Guess Australia.
Single for Robson. I know why it came up earlier in the season now, because actually you might not have been there for that match. It was Angus Fraser, I think, was doing it. It was the Essex game. Did he do much of the Essex game? Because of course it was Essex that bowled Surrey for 14, and Middlesex were 4 for 4, weren't they, with the 4 ducks in a row at the top, and then Simpson and Holden on Norths as well, and Angus Fraser got Derek Pringle on, so that was where the 14 story came out earlier in the season with Henry Blofeld. Nicely clipped away. Mid on, retreating to collect. They've taken 2. 50 on the board for Middlesex now. 53 for 1. It's taken a good chunk out, hasn't it? 14 overs done. They trail by 166.
Yeah, I mean that's a good start. So given that that's the night watchman there, so effectively you've got your opening pair together now. We got bowled out very cheaply by Essex, like for 30 or 40 in a Gillette Cup game at Westcliff one year too. Obviously a 60 over game, and I was staying with my parents there near Clapham South Tube Station. I was going up the escalator, Clapham South escalator, on the way home at 2 o'clock. By 2 o'clock, I come all the way from Westcliff back there. That's how quick the game was. Some cracking low-scoring games. We had a Sunday League game at Northamptonshire once too, and it wasn't a very nice pitch, and we got bowled out for about 80 in this pitch, and game's done by then, you know. And somebody overheard the Northamptonshire boys saying, "How are we going to get these?" And they didn't. They only got about 40. So. Making sure he's forward, isn't he? Got forward to that one. I know that pretty near the tie of the bat, wasn't it?
Might have to wear a few on this one because you say the odd one that'll keep low.
I think they tell me that the key to it is not to worry about the one that's going to come up and you've got to play everything else. That's what they tell me.
Some bowls well played. So I think I think we mentioned it before, but if not us, then me and Gus, the one that always sticks in the mind for me of the lowest one that I've commentated on was actually a declaration at Lords. Langer declared at 50 for 8, Somerset in town, 2005, 2006, 50 for 8 on the first morning. Put in by Middlesex, and he declared because he wanted a piece of Middlesex. He said Middlesex complained that he was denying them a bowling point. Five-session match down at Swansea. That was good fun. Chris Silverwood swinging it around corners.
Well, yeah, 5-session games are not great games for freelancers, I always say. But the test match is not great for freelancers.
Yeah, but for weather. And how many days of this series would there have been so far? You mentioned that day where England batted for 66 overs and then they lost the session to the rain, so it meant that Jimmy and Broady didn't have to run out till the next morning.
I hope Jimmy plays at Old Trafford. I really do. I think he might play Sir Ollie Robinson, mightn't he?
Yeah, there was talk of tongue for Robinson, wasn't there? Oh, it's beautiful. My bowls. Robson left a little bit in no man's land with that one. Yeah, Nasser Hussain, I think, was saying at the end of the last test on Sky, they've got to take emotion out of it when they select a team for Old Trafford, but there is something about it though, and that's part of sport, isn't it? There's emotion and romance, and Jimmy's final Ashes test at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Um, 53 for 1.
Yeah, you shouldn't be emotional about these things, but he's still a great bowler. I don't think he bowled that badly in those games either. Jimmy just does what Jimmy does, and he's not going to. I don't think he's going to buy into banging it halfway down. That's not his game. I don't think he'd be. That's not how he gets his wickets. It's not how he got nearly 700 wickets by doing that. But if you don't buy in, you're not a team man, are you? That's.
On that one, Stoneman leading edge along the floor to mid-off. We saw that a lot yesterday. Vasconcelos in the early overs, just keeping that bat face as desperately open as he could. Interesting here now. 15 overs gone. It was the 15 over mark. They kind of put a marker on it at the Ageas, and they had the seconds match or the warm-up match before the Ageas with the Kookaburra ball as well, and said it was at this point that ball just went soft, and it remained in exactly the same condition from circa the 15th, 20th over all the way through to the 80th. That's a lovely flowing drive by Robson. Cover, just get a fingertip to it. If he didn't take enough pace off. First boundary.
Good shot when they're just waiting for the proper batting, actually, waiting for the ball to hit. Just half volley, beautifully played.
There wasn't as much swing yesterday. That was the other thing Helm said. Not so much swing.
See, I'm never been sure about this obsession with the Kookaburra ball. Everybody's going to use a Kookaburra ball. Well, they use it broad, but I've always thought the Kookaburra is a poor cricket ball. I really do, because it goes soft so quickly. And the fact that everybody else uses it doesn't negate the fact that it's a rubbish cricket ball, in my view.
Edged to short. Wide as well of second. Would it have carried to a third? I don't think so.
What I think should be happening, and it may even be happening, I don't know, is that ICC research and development, which they must have an R&D department, should be spending money on trying to develop a cricket ball that is that's suitable for use in all conditions, that doesn't go soft, that deteriorates gently, gradually. Shouldn't be outside the realms of possibility to do that, should it? And it becomes maybe a universal ball, but you're still getting 3 different cricket balls used around the world, aren't you? 4, actually, think about it. 2 different sorts of Duke ball being used. One in this country, one abroad. The SG ball in India, and the Kookaburra.
Nicks that one, doesn't carry.
And that one shot along the deck, doesn't it? That's that erratic bounce. And that's coming up the hill, isn't it?
Yeah, kept low, and that's what saved Robson in the end. Shot through, as you can see, short of the keeper.
Kept low and almost dug in a little bit too. It took pace off it.
Surprise was the little bit of grass covering they left on the surface here at MTS on the first morning. Oh, then look at that one. Now this is why batting last at Merchant Taylor School can be interesting, shall we say. 16 overs done, 62 for 1.
So I reckon this is where batters would say, well, actually I should be standing at my crease now, I think. Just to try and negate that somehow and make them bowl a different length. If you do that, at least you take out the equation, the one that's going to come jagging back at you low, or even to some extent the one that bounces like that. But that was a nasty. There were two balls that illustrated perfectly, wasn't it? The variation in the pitch, both in pace and bounce. I
don't think we saw 2 consecutive balls like that, and I don't even remember, to be honest, seeing 2 balls in the same over like that yesterday. Yeah. So to put them immediately together on this second morning, actually, all of a sudden you start looking at that figure, Charles by 157. This is a very important innings for the match because that bounce.
Yeah, low scoring game, you'd say, wouldn't you? Somebody's got to play a definitive innings here, haven't they?
One thing I know you like as well, I'll touch on in a moment. A little bit of width. Stoneman gives it the treatment. Yeah, that's 37. Yeah, width, and Stoneman goes at it. What I was going to touch on, which I know you're like, or certainly it was something that I just picked up yesterday and it made me think of you, was all of the top 8 batted for at least an hour, apart from Vasconcelos, and you forgive him that it was 18 minutes shy of an hour. He batted for 42 minutes, the opener, against Helm and Roland Jones. It was a pretty mighty fine achievement, but everybody had at least an hour of that top 8, bar Vasconcelos' 42 minutes. Oh, that's a beaut to follow up from Sanderson, just shapes across Mark Stoneman.
But he did well. I don't think he chased that, did he? play the line, held the line. That's really important when it's doing a little bit, not to just twitch. Try and cover the movement.
I was saying yesterday as well that he'll have dug in on a few surfaces like this over the years up at Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
It's another good shot.
See, that's the nature of his game. It's a very uncomplicated game, and part of the key to batting, I think, is understanding what you can play and what you can't play on any given day and any given pitch. You know, it's not about playing on the pitch like this. You just can't play all the shots, so you have a few that you play well. He's driven nicely, hasn't he? And he cuts.
One thing in the Test match as well, Ricky Ponting, they had him, great puller of the ball. So they did a little masterclass with him with all the short stuff in this series. Just don't ask me to cut, he said.
I don't think Gucci cut, and Gucci didn't pull that much as I recall. He'd play it well. Great player of fast bowling. And Ricky was a wonderful front foot player. I often wondered whether he would have been such a front foot player without helmets back in the day before helmets. Because you could get a massive stride in, and he'd have been a great player whatever era he played in. He's just a wonderful, wonderful player. But I remember asking Greg Chappell about facing fast bowling, because Greg apparently played in one of those what do they call them, Super Series Test matches in the West Indies, in the Packer era, when there were no Queensberry rules, and they say he played fast bowling there better than it's ever been played. So I asked him about how he played it.
End of the 17th, 71 for 1.
And it was kind of anathema to me, because he said we used to get maybe 10 overs an hour, 60 balls. He said I might face 30 of them. He said probably two out of every over, so 1/3 of those maybe going over my head or past my shoulder. Another 2 I'd be fending off. He said, and I may get 2, maybe get 1 ball every over in 10 overs out of 30 that I've got to score from. He said, and it's 1 ball that's been pitched up to me. So he said I always had to be looking to go forward, and I could get out the way of the others, but I had to be going forward, because the 1 ball that got pitched up I had to put away for 4.
So 2 noises on that. He may have pitched outside the line of leg anyway, but
it's got to do a lot to get an LBW there. Which was anathema to me, because I thought, well, maybe you'll have to play back foot, I don't know, but no, apparently not. But that's a very frivolous appeal. Gatt said much the same thing. He had to get forward. I think that's what he was demonstrating, wasn't it? And Sangakkara did as well. Showed how to duck, but you've got to be in a position to be able to ride the ball or play it, but you can only do that if you're balancing going forward, not if you're going back, because your weight's going back. And
an interesting chat with Nick Compton at one point about shorter balls and playing it as an opener and getting out of the way, and he said it's quite clear in this country, it's very simple, you've just got to duck. He said you can't sway in England, because we're talking about kookaburra balls and Dukes balls. You try and sway in this country, someone who's bowling 85 to 90 miles an hour, they'll bounce it. You start swaying inside the line, that ball will start following you. Where are you going to go? So you've got to duck. It's quite simple. You've got to get down, you've got to get underneath it, duck the ball. When you're overseas, you can think about swaying.
you have to watch it though.
A single for Stoneman. Long leg's fine enough.
a lot of people get hit now, a lot, and mostly they get hit in white ball cricket because there's no such thing as a duck. You can't afford to duck under anything in white ball cricket. You have to take it on. So you're playing that shot to balls that you shouldn't really be playing that shot to, or you wouldn't normally be playing. Excuse me. So invariably you're going to get those ones. With pre-helmets, people did get hit, but not very often. Very rarely did I ever see people get hit.
It's a really good shot of the seam position as you line that up. You're on the telegraph that, at least to us anyway. Looking to get that ball angling too much from Taylor, and a single for Robson. End of the over, 73 for 1.
Very precise, aren't they, the grip? Very precise.
Yeah, it just seemed to catch it. I just looked to my left as he was about to run in the previous ball. It really caught the eye how he was lining up. Didn't see it on the last ball of the over on the shot, but there we go, the bowling figures. The economy of white. A little bit of a problem first up for Northamptonshire. Bamber not helping that. A night watchman always seems to get you away for runs, doesn't he? Sanderson doing a job though, and Taylor following it up now. But tough for Northamptonshire. Bamber and Stoneman doing a job for that first wicket. The night watchman and the regular opener, and now the regular opening pair are back together. Stoneman on 43. Had been such a sticky start to the season, including at Wantage Road for the Middlesex top order. Dies again. Robson is killing the bat down on it.
Yeah, just. I really think you come in. Why am I turning Sam Robson out of the bat? It shouldn't be, but it seems to me that out of his crease might be a way, because he's just got half a bat on that one, hasn't he?
Broad yesterday coming in at 3. They said I think they had a quiet word at lunch. Middlesex, they probably didn't pitch it up enough, bowled a little bit too short in the morning. Broad looked like he was an LBW candidate to me yesterday morning. Didn't really get much up there, testing him on the front foot. That's where they need to probe at Robson.
Yeah, I didn't see an awful lot of them morning. Thought Emilio might have taken Mogadon or something at one stage. Emilio was in the same school side as my Josh. But, yeah, he was just a young boy coming through then. Emilio was.
Nicely bowled again. Robson getting decent striding on that one.
You're always impressed as not being short of confidence, shall we say. He obviously did a pretty decent job. He was just out last ball for lunch, wasn't he?
Yeah, he backed up to De Carey's.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to say that Vasconcelos got 24, Gay got 24, but Vasconcelos 42 minutes. We mentioned the time batted. Gay batted for an hour and 19 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry, 119 minutes. My apologies.
Yeah, it's doing the hard yards, isn't it? Sam's making a difficult game look difficult. So there's some play in all sports actually. There are players who you think can make a difficult game look very easy, and there's those who make a difficult, who are very, very fine players, but who are capable, almost by design, of saying, look, this is how difficult it really, really is, you know.
Into the 19th, 77 for 1.
Some golfers, they make the games look so easy when we all know how difficult a game it is. I always thought Nick Faldo just wanted you to know how hard it really, really was. But he was good at it, but it's really, really hard.
Who springs to mind as the cricketer, the batter? Most springs to mind for you, international level maybe.
Well,
made it look harder than anybody else. A great.
No, but I tell you somebody I used to, and I told him this, was a dear friend of mine, Martin Crowe. Great player, and fantastic thinker about the game. It's so innovative. A lot of what Martin Crowe thought of back in the day has become, you're seeing it manifest itself today.
Sharp. Just a single. Mid-off gets around to it.
Was a clean shot, wasn't it? But I said to him, Hogan, they called him Hogan. The thing about you is you don't just want to be the best player in the world. You want to be the definitive player. And there's a little bit different to that. He didn't agree with that, but that's how I saw him, as just wanting to be not just the the supreme player of his age, but the definitive batter. He got 2 supreme hundreds in this country when his knee had gone. Actually, Gus would have played against him actually. In I think he got 100 at Lords and he got 100 at Headingley, I think. And they were both examples that you could take and put out a video, teaching video, coaching video of how to construct an innings. They were just wonderful innings that were inevitable in the outcome.
Side, just a single though. Into Whiteman.
So it was such a tragedy when he died, and I saw him not long before he died, and he had this cancer, and he looked very well actually, I have to say. And we went out for lunch, and when he told me that he said, I was sleeping like 15, 16 hours a day. He said, I'm sorry. He said, I've been self-medicating. He said on liquid cannabis. That's what he told me, right? And I didn't think anything of this, and I just wrote when he died. I think I did an appreciation of him. I mentioned this in there. Well, it really hit the fan in New Zealand because it was illegal. Martin Crowe taking illegal. Oh, Christ. So I thought, my goodness, what have I done here? I got in touch with, I know his brother too, Jeff, and I got in touch with Jeff. I said, mate, I'm really, really sorry about it. No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. But he was. Kept him going, and made him the person he was right at the end, and he was unbelievably accepting of what was happening to him, and I just had one of the loveliest lunches I've ever had with anybody everywhere in Parnell in Auckland. One beautiful sunny day, and that was the last I ever saw of him.
Four more for Stoneman to end the over. He moves to 48. Middlesex 83 for 1.
It's the one he's waiting for, isn't it? He's waiting for that drive. In fact, we've seen both in that over there, didn't we? We saw a drive, a beautiful off drive, and albeit only for the single, and the cut there. That's all he's played, isn't it? Apart from defending, that's all he needed. The thing about batting, isn't it? It's what do you need to score runs. Gucci, when he was coach of England in particular, that was his mantra. He said, I don't teach people to bat. I teach them how to make runs. And there is a difference in there. You're not teaching elbow up and all this or whatever. He's teaching them how to make runs, how to look at a pitch, how to say these are the shots I can play, these are the shots I can't play. You know, it's Tendulkar in Sydney realising that I've been nicking off, I cannot cover drive, and scoring 200 without hitting a single ball between mid-off and wide extra cover, not one. It's goes 200. The discipline that's required and the knowledge and expertise to be able to do that.
Get away. Big leg buys, but 4 more. Useful runs for Middlesex. 87 for 1. Trail by 132 now.
Yeah, that's just sliding down, isn't it? It's almost like he was the wrong side of the ball there, trying to push it into him. I don't know whether Sachin did announce that or not. It wouldn't surprise me in the league.
I was just saying to you off mic there, in the test match, I think when they were talking to Ponting about I think it was that exact masterclass they were doing with Ponting, he raised it. And he said he remembered thinking to himself, he can't do that. He's not going to go through a whole innings without cover drive.
In Calcutta in 76-7 tour, Tony Gregg got 100 in Eden Gardens, where he didn't play a single shot against the spinners on the front foot because it was such a minefield, and he couldn't do every scoring shot he played off the back foot against Bedi and Chandrasekhar and Prasanna.
Drawn into that. A little naughty, that one from Robson. Neither the length, and in the end perhaps the line as well. He had to stretch a long way for it.
Just held up a fraction too, and you're right, he's hanging out a little bit after that one.
Good batting. It's on 17, 88 for 1. The partnership's worth 45 now for the second wicket, and again trailing by 131. We won't get too far ahead of ourselves, but already this feels like a pretty hard-hitting partnership because at the time of the innings and everything we've known about the Kookaburra ball in the last couple of games, it's looking like a different day to yesterday with the ball, and Northamptonshire will know they need a couple of inroads here.
Yeah.
If this partnership gets going and this ball gets soft.
It's 21st over with it now, so I get the feeling that Sam Robson's happier batting at the top end here too. You know, it just looks very uncomfortable the way he's had to play at the far end there, the lower end. What do they call the ends here?
At Benham End at the moment, the lake end, the lower end. You're running up the hill from the lake.
Is there a lake?
There is. Well, you bowling's from the Benham End at the moment, isn't it? But maybe at the end of the over. I don't think you can get a glimpse of it, but we can certainly give you the idea of where it is anyway. But the first class match here, end of the over, 88 for 1. Was against Sussex, and it was a washout. And of course we were all looking for the records then. When was the last washout for Middlesex? Now that was played at Old Merchant Taylor School, which was behind to the left of the trees. The lake, pretty much, as I understand it, I haven't seen the lake myself, but I understand it's huge, and it runs all across the back there of that screen that you'll see in the distance behind the tree lining. But peeking through the tree lining on the left of your screen, you can see a sight screen there. That's Old Merchant Taylor School, and that's where Middlesex was to play the first class game at Merchant Taylor School. Complete washout, lowest part of the grounds, quite considerably, right next to the lake. We haven't played there since.
Play second long games there, don't they? Yeah. I think they've got a hybrid pitch out there actually they've used.
Well, it was later test standard, that square.
Was it?
Yeah, but first game they went to play on it, washed out, and never been back. It's a nice shot. Just off with the bat, really, didn't he? Didn't go too hard at that one, Robson. Into the 20s.
Gentle half volley put away. That's key, isn't it? Just put the bad ball away. You'll eventually get one of those. Keep the good ones out. Old-fashioned batting in a way.
Remember in his early days, both George DeBell and I touched on it separately. Actually, that there was something of Atherton about him. We felt. Runs along the floor to backward point. I think it was the way that he just clipped so nicely off the hips, or. He was so gritty in his early days as well. Not that he isn't gritty now, Robson, but particularly when he first got into the side. Nuggety, gritty player.
When did he make his debut?
Oh, goodness me. I reckon 2011? No, it'd be before that, actually, wouldn't it? No ball calls. Just after they won the 2020. It's funny how certain years stick in your mind of how you can base a player around it. Yeah, 2009, just after the 2020, they won it in 2008, didn't they? So you kind of remember that side then, don't you, and the team that was around that year when they won it. I'll tell you why I went to 2012. The figure that always sticks in your mind for that era was Roland Jones, because he was a late bloomer, wasn't he? Roland Jones, 2011, somewhere around there, that he made his debut. But yeah, Robson wasn't around in 2008 that I was really aware of. So he would have been around trialling with the county, I guess. But as soon as you saw him in 2009, you thought he's got something about him. Desperate for an opening bat at that point as well, Middlesex. And they found Robson, 94 for 1. And the 50 partnership, thank you to the ground announcer, Natter, in a way. I'd missed that for a moment.
Quite an unobtrusive partnership, actually. But look, 4 runs and over, 4.27 runs and over. So it's mostly that's been accumulated from putting that bad ball away, hasn't it? Haven't rotated the strike particularly.
That new fella Bamber at the top looked good as well.
Well, they might just have found the answer, and Robson at 3. Yes, that.
Around the wicket, Stoneman. Have they done enough of that this morning now, I think about it? That's been a big tactic against Stoneman this year, has been to come around the wicket of him. But as I sit here now and see him come around the wicket, there's been a lot angled across Stoneman this morning, hasn't there?
I suppose if he's just going to play the cut and he's going to play the drive, then that's deprive him of the cut by going around the wicket largely.
But it has been certainly throughout the season. A lot of teams have come around the wicket very early on Stoneman. As is a modern want, really,
well,
isn't it?
That's fashion, isn't it?
Although it's been fun watching Brody do it to Warner.
Well, he does it well. Glenn McGrath used to do it actually really well too. People like Lara and. didn't do quite so much certainly when I was playing, but occasionally I'd go, like if I'm trying to mess them up, I'd go over and round alternate balls so they keep moving the sight screen, all that sort of stuff. We had all that. And then middle of one game, I went round the wicket to somebody and they got out. And I thought, this is right. And so I stayed round the wicket and somebody else got out. And I went through the rest of that game and I went through an entire next match and well into the match after that without bowling a single ball to right or left hander from over the wicket. People just kept nicking it, right handers, left handers, so it didn't seem any point in changing. So an entire match and a previous game, half a previous game, and the next game we had was against Worcester, and I opened the bowling round the wicket again to right-handers, and I just got a player called Ted Hemsley out from round the wicket. Basil D'Oliveira came in, and Basil played it completely different. His first ball completely differently to how everybody else had played it in that time, and it just looked like he knew what he was doing, and I went over the wicket.
Bowls. End of the over, 94 for 1.
But you find something that works, you know, and you know, just people kept nicking it off. Right-handers kept nicking it off, and well, it's working there. I might as well carry on doing it, you know. It's odd that people didn't used to do that, because you're actually increasing your options by 50%, aren't you? You know, you've got an entire other half the crease to exploit. And
Stephen Finn was another one who loves coming around the wicket to a left-hander, didn't he? Or was Gareth Berg, former Middlesex, played for Northamptonshire in the first meeting between these sides earlier in the season as his Proctor into the attack. Gareth Berg loved it over the wicket. Loved bowling to left-handers, sliding it across them, getting the odd one to straighten.
well, my default to left-handers was into them, you see. So
good start from Proctor.
Jimmy Anderson's default to left-handers has always been to push it away towards the slips, hoop it away, and he's got a remarkably low, for a swing bowler, he's got a remarkably low LBW count against left-handers. Very low.
It's kept fraction low again, hasn't it?
He just got the bat down on that, didn't he?
That's what you're saying about him getting forward as well.
Yeah, well, there's no pace on it, you see. If that was a, 84, 85 mile an hour, you'd have been in trouble there.
Proctor's right onto the spot here, isn't he? Cry catch it, but it's away. Fine of mid-wicket. In the air for a moment. Come back for 3. Robson's on to 24. Middlesex closing on 3 figures. Trailing by 122. 97 for 1. There's the new scoreboards on the bottom left. It's a charming little addition, that. The main scoreboard on the top of the pavilion is blown up. Yeah, I was thinking of a word. It's blown up. But the lovely little charming old scoreboard underneath the tree there. It's a lovely shot, that pavilion. Lovely view here at the ground. So you do have nice sight lines around the ground. Looks as though they've got their own thought process pretty clear now, Northamptonshire. It's almost halfway up off stump, isn't it? It's not even 3/4 of the way. But then maybe that's the bounce as well.
Well, I mean, it's quite clear from Middlesex perspective. They've got to get a decent lead, haven't they? We're only 4 sessions into the game. Not even that, with a little bit of stoppage occasionally, isn't it?
Height on that one, I think, is going to save Robson, ironically enough. For all the ones that have kept low.
Yeah. It's nipped on me again too, isn't it? High and wide, I'd say.
You'd be pretty disappointed as a batter, wouldn't you, if that was given. But as mentioned with Gus, that's Steve Smith, LBW, and apologies listeners and viewers because I'm repeating it from yesterday, but that's Steve Smith, LBW, in the, I think it was the first test, not the Lord's test. Now, it's just such a mark of a change to the DRS now. It wasn't just hitting above the knee roll, it was hitting above the pad. They
But he
reviewed
was
it,
right
went
back,
upstairs.
wasn't he?
He was.
And that was the difference between the one he bitched about, didn't he? Somebody else got given not out. Can't remember who that was. England player. But he was actually down the pitch, you know, good 2 yards down the pitch, and there's the difference.
Leg side.
The perspective you get as well is really important for how commentators and the public see on TV how things look, how they actually are. A good few years ago now, I went down to the Hawkeye labs in Basingstoke just to see how it all worked, and you know, they showed me how effective it really was. There's a time when it wasn't being universally accepted as being accurate, and they showed me some things which convinced me there that exactly how accurate it was. Well, I can tell you back in like 10-12 years ago, it was accurate from a length from sort of 7 metres down. It was accurate to a millimetre. That was the tracking, and that was then independently tested at the Massachusetts Institute, MIT, in America, before it was adopted by ICC. Anyway, be that as it may, they showed me an exercise that they did.
It's away now. Did he get better than he did?
On that, I think he did, didn't he? Yeah.
100 up. No ball the previous one. 100 up now for Middlesex. 103 for 1.
So he showed me a shot of an indoor net, with no batter, just the stumps and the ball coming down, and they stopped it, the shot, at the point where you might expect it to be impacting a pad, right? And he said, "What do you think about that?" I said, "Well, it looks like he's hitting halfway out middle, right?" And then he showed me another picture of another ball, it was a leg break ball, another ball, and what do I think? Where do I think that one's hitting?
Oh, look at that come back, and he's got him. Takes the inside edge. Great catch as well behind the stumps. Glovesman has to get a lot of credit there, McManus. And Robson won't quite believe it. That's done some off the surface. A rarity this morning. We saw a fair bit of it yesterday. Helm in particular seemed to get a bit to go, but that one for White takes the inside edge. Robson looks back at the track, a shake of the heads. Good back foot player.
It's come back, bounced, and it's at that bottom end too, isn't it? Certainly caught it well. Now whether he did get anything on that, I don't know. Everybody seemed pretty confident. Oh, I think he did. He got a big inside edge. It's a terrific catch, actually.
Good poker face from Robson as he walked away, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. But we're saying he didn't seem that comfortable batting at that end. It's a strange thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So these two balls that they showed me, right? The second one I said it looks like it's hitting 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way up the stumps. And I said, no, what you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me it's the same ball, aren't you? He said, yeah, it's the same delivery. And then he played it all the way through, and the ball was going over the top, right? And the difference was that one camera was set at X height, and the other one was set a little bit higher still. And that's the perspective you get. Sometimes it's how high the camera is gives the wrong impression. And that's why umpires really, people laugh at how the old umpires used to crouch down or bend over and look along the stumps, but actually that's what they should be doing, because they were really good judges of height. And if you talk to Vincent van der Waal, who was in charge of ICC, in charge of umpires and all sorts of things, Vince would tell you that all the data they now have in the umpires, the weakest link they have, the umpires, is height, judging height. And actually, I'm not sure that the square leg umpire shouldn't be part of that process in adjudicating height.
Side of the new over, so it's Stoneman on strike on 48. Big innings here for Mark Stoneman. No Northamptonshire batter made its 50 yesterday. We talked about them all batting for an hour in the top 8. Everybody got a start. Down to McManus. Nobody went past 50 though. Get a single here. Think about 2. Back they come. There's the 50 for Stoneman. 67 deliveries. Middlesex 105 for 2.
The quality innings, that. It's proper batter in difficult conditions, just showing how to play.
A single wall here, down to long leg. Yeah, fantastic from Stoneman, who passes 50 for the 3rd time this summer. Top score of 76. Got things going in that chase against Nottinghamshire. What a win that was, the chase at Lords. Averaging just below 25 with this innings as well. So
I should know the answer to this, but nobody scored 100 yet, have they?
no, Stoneman 76 and Robson 76, the 2 top scores of the summer. There was 71 earlier on from Higgins, but nobody's got into the 80s yet.
How much of that is down to how many hundreds have they had against them?
Duckett got that double. Well, he got 177, didn't he, in the Northamptonshire match. Lawrence in the first game of the season got one at Lords. Both of them offered pretty decent chances early on as well. In fact, Lawrence offered 2.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, you can go back to sort of 2019 and when we were playing on some really tricky pitches, but the fact remained that the opposition was still averaging more runs per wicket than Middlesex were. It's part of the problem, wasn't it?
That's a
That's glorious, isn't it? From Robson, from Milan, what a way to get off the mark. Outstanding batter. It's a little short on runs this year, Milan.
Yeah, he needs some runs, doesn't he? Just to, we know what he can do. We know how good a player he is.
Beautiful from Milan, effortless. Had that outstanding knock at Worcestershire at the end of last season, which Richard Johnson said was just an incredible innings on that surface.
That's the best display of team batting I've ever seen in all that time of Middlesex that I've known, bar none. It was remarkable. But it was happenstance, because if you think about it, Peter Milan went in at 3. He was down to going at 4, and Esky was ill. So it kind of reinforced the idea that maybe he should be batting at 3. I was never comfortable with Esky at 3, to be honest with you.
There is a little bit of news on the Esky front. He went off taking a catch yesterday, which he held. A lot of blood on his finger, though, as he made his way off. Precautionary, he's going to bat at 9 in this innings. Now, a couple of years back here at Merchant Taylors School, he batted with the most awful... it was a hamstring injury, wasn't it? Or he almost had to go out there with a wheelbarrow to get him out to the middle. He was in agony. Oh, now they didn't like it. They didn't like it because that appeal wasn't convincing. But I have to say, at first I thought they had a chance there. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Was there a little bit of bat involved?
These round the wicket, I've never been comfortable with the geometry of it. It's got to be so precise. Bowler delivering from wide of the crease inevitably. It's got to pitch in. It's got to hit in line, and it's got to be hitting the stumps, and the geometry of that is so very fine to judge, I would have thought.
Oh dear, he's gone. Well, that keeps low on Stoneman. He looks back at the surface, and he's actually going to walk down the surface and prod away before he makes his way off. Went back to pull it away, and then took a little clip, and look at where he's standing on that track now. He's halfway down the track nearly, where he's prodding away at the surface. There, Stoneman. And that ball's barely got up on him at all, coming down the hill from the Benham ends.
Was that as short as he thinks it was?
Probably not as short as he's tapping away there, but... Maybe, actually, it was pretty short.
It's hit... it hasn't hit the bottom of the stumps. It's hit, quite near the top of the stumps, isn't it?
It's not a grubber, but
I'm not sure that's a pull-in. But he hadn't pulled all innings, has he?
just clips the top of leg. Around the legs as well. Stepped inside it, hadn't he? 110 for 3, huge wicket to remove Stoneman. He made it to 50, the first batter in the match to make it to 50, Mark Stoneman. And again, with the time that they'd all spent in the middle, that was big for me. They'd spent so much time out there. They'd got in, but nobody was able to go on to 50. Stoneman's managed to do it, but he can't go any further. 110 for 3. And Northamptonshire will know, as they've got a former Northamptonshire boy out there. Had a loan spell and a successful one at Northamptonshire as well, Holden. They'll know this is their moment. Milan's faced 3 deliveries. New batter in Holden. And as well as Robson and Stoneman did, this is going to be their chance. 27th over. This ball's not going to get any easier for the bowlers.
But he played so well for that half century, and I know that's the first time he's tried to play that shot, in my observation anyway. He hadn't needed to play that shot.
Middlesex side. Gets Holden off the mark. 111 for 3. We'll have a look at again at the end of the over. I mean, he was halfway down the track when he was prodding away at that surface before he walked off, wasn't he? But two things. One, it's downhill from the Benham end. And it jagged a bit, didn't it? I thought across to take the leg sump. He probably wasn't expecting to be pulling that off that line.
I don't think batters ever really, when they go prodding the pitch, they never really prod where the ball pitched.
Oh, goodness me, look at that come back in. Now from around the wicket, we saw one go the other way to Stoneman. That one to Milan at the end of the over, very nearly coming back to take the off stump. Let's have a look at the Stoneman wicket again. How much did it seem would be one? How much did it move? Not exaggerated at all, slight.
It was pretty short, fair dues. It was it pulling short? Maybe paddling pull.
I think it was that end where I thought that perhaps it had seemed more than it did, but the angle was there for it, wasn't it? So two things about it. If it seems slightly, sometimes seam can keep a fraction lower, but also down the hill from the Benham end.
Yeah.
Starts the over from Proctor. Skipper won the toss yesterday, skittled for 219. Well, a couple of overs back. Robson and Stoneman putting on a 50 stand for the second wicket, with Bamburn as a night watchman having put on 43 with Stoneman for the first. All of a sudden, those 2 wickets, both the set batters gone. All of a sudden, what have we got? 25 minutes to lunch. Northamptonshire will be greedy here. Ahead of lunch, should be thinking at least one more.
Yeah, it was a pretty even game, isn't it, at the moment, those 2 wickets?
Middlesex will have to bat last on this unless they bat very, very well for the remainder of this innings.
That's the thing. You, as far as they're concerned, you know, any lead is a good lead, and here you don't want to be chasing too many. That's for sure.
$111 for 3. Still to come. John Simpson, Ryan Higgins, Josh DeCaries opening bat against Nottinghamshire last year.
Yeah, role reversal now, isn't it?
And then Stephen Eskenazi for Roland Jones and Helm. So Helms drops from number 3 to number 11. Very nearly opener last night as well. He's got nicely in behind that. Is it going to go though? Oh, it's a good stop. Wonderful, wonderful stop that nearly took out the mic as well. Well, I'd say that Mike's nickname is Hairy. He is a Mike and he is hairy. He survived that tumbling stop out on the ropes there. So Milan's on to 7, 114 for 3. Middlesex trail by 105, 7 wickets standing. One of those down though is a night watchman. Immediate around the wicket to hold them. Interestingly, around the wicket to a left-hander, if the bounce is slightly uneven, slightly two-pace pitch, should a left-hander feel a little bit happier with the bowling around the wicket? Obviously, White was around the wicket when he picked up Stoneman, but it was a big shot. But in general, the stock deliveries, if you're slightly worried about that bounce as a batter, a bowler's right arm over to you as a left-hander, are you actually a little bit happier that they're around the wicket early in your innings? End of the 29th, we have 20 minutes to lunch on day 2 here at Merchant Taylor School. 114 for 3, a couple of wickets that have really brought Northamptonshire right back into it on this second morning on what was panning out to be a good morning and turning into another good session for Middlesex. Stoneman gone for 51, bowled by White, 72 deliveries. Robson 48 balls for his 28. Bamber a very useful 39 balls faced for his 11. As I say, you'll see Eskenazi slip down there to number 9 as a precaution to that finger that he injured. Taking a catch yesterday. Sanderson back into the attack. For 28 from 10 for Sanderson so far. Proctor number 10 off his 3, but 2 new batters at the crease. Skipper's gone back to one of his main men.
Yeah, it's a good move, isn't it? It's a tricky one here because they, we're almost like the night watchman scenario last night, aren't we?
That rather set up, didn't it? For Milan outside the off stump, bangs it in short. Milan again in position early.
Yeah, it's a sort of a bowler feeling his way back into a spell ball, that one. Those 3 deliveries there, the old bowler who's just been spent half an hour, 3/4 of an hour grazing, creaking the joints back into gear.
And rubs high up, stretches out the leg. Short spell for Sanderson before lunch. Say 10 already in the innings. Interesting little walk there from Milan, who certainly saw a fair bit of that from him early season, particularly noticed it in the 12 deliveries so far this innings.
The first time somebody's actually gone down the pitch there, though, isn't it?
Well, he's getting away nicely here, Milan. Moves to 15, and but for that little flick to keep a previous punch into the offside in, he'd been operating solely in boundaries.
Quality shot that, you know, and I wonder how much of that was predicated on the previous delivery where he came down the pitch at him. Bowler thinks, oh, we might come down again, I better drag it back a wee bit. And suddenly he's got enough length and width to put that away, and he's very proficient, isn't he, on the back foot like that.
One, 2, 2 for 3. 30 overs bowled in this innings, so 25 so far this morning. Both Holden and Milan will know if this is a partnership that they can get going again, the Middlesex can reaffirm what's been a pretty good morning when you consider that one of the 3 out is the night watchman. If they could get in at lunch 3 down. Northamptonshire, on the other hand, will think, how long have we got now? 15 minutes, there's still 2 to be had. Lost their second wicket in the final over before lunch yesterday when De Carey's picked up Gay.
It's not looking like a pitch where you want the spinner to be playing a significant role, is it?
I think it'd be a big disappointment to Gay that he got out for De Carey's just before lunch in the way he did, backing up.
Yeah.
Got a couple, as I said, the bounce is interesting though for the off spinner up the hill from the lake end. Nice shot from Holden just as far as cover. Successful spell, as we said, at Northamptonshire for Holden on loan.
Well, I was looking up his figures yesterday because Max is a player who has never put the white ball hundreds, of course, but in Championship cricket he's really underachieved, hasn't he, over the years? So he has 3 first-class hundreds, 2 of which are for the side he's batting against now.
Yep.
And he's a better player than that, or should be a better player than that.
England under-19 captain, wasn't he? England
Yeah.
Lion.
Yeah.
Very promising start. He's accelerated in the T20 and the List A game though, hasn't he? Took that List A record from Strauss, which has now been taken from him from Eskenazi.
I think he's a better player when he's looking to put back to ball.
When he returned from Northamptonshire, he returned as an opener, didn't he? Replaced Nick Gubbins at the top of the order.
Yeah. I mean, he played fantastically well in that game at Worcester, didn't he? For, you know, it was the, sort of the cherry on the cake. His innings in that, it was the one that helped take it past the 410 they needed, whatever it was, or 400 rather.
450 this year.
It's what it is. Bizarre, isn't it?
You kind of look at a match like this, and this is a great example of why moving the first batting point from 200 now to 250, maximum batting points from 400 to 450. Both these sides really digging in well, and the digging's a big part of the game. But you'll get no batting points digging in.
No, you could. You know, it's perfectly possible. You play all your cricket on pitches like this. You could win games and not get any batting points and not make progress on the basis of that. I think there's elements of the game that have been taken away by in the pursuit of you've got to get a result at all costs. Got to play for a win. What do you have? I understand that. The implication being that people never used to do that, you know. It's more than one way of skinning a cat, isn't there? And what are the other ways of skinning cats?
I've tried not to think about it, especially just before lunch.
On the pitch again.
More of a dog man myself, anyway.
Well, me too. I can't stand cats. Sorry, those cat lovers out there. I can't stand them. They don't like me.
Exactly the same for me.
Well, you know what they like. When they don't like you, they let you know they don't like you by climbing on your lap and turning round, don't they?
Or swiping at you.
Down the pitch again.
Of course, one of Middlesex's finest with a cat. Toughest.
True enough, yeah.
Had a few dogs as well. David Nash springs to mind. Morning, Nash, if you tuned in. It's a fine catch, sharply taken, Milan's gum. That shot had been a strength to this point. On the back foot, looking to punch. On the back foot, this time he edges. 1-2-2 for 4. Big wicket just before lunch for Northants.
Here's 2. He was down the pitch again, wasn't he?
Have a look and see on the replay.
He took a step down the pitch and then played on the back foot and... Good sharp catch.
Gay with the catch. Sanderson with the wicket. There's the little shuffle you were mentioning. Boom, boom. But nicks off. Disappointment for Lan. Disappointment for Middlesex. It's another big scalp just before lunch. Overseas to pass. Holden's still there.
Work to do now, though. A lot of work to do.
Yeah, they just got it below 100. It's one of those matches where you often talk about a one innings game. You particularly want to be a one innings game here for Middlesex. You want to get something of a lead, as they will have to bat lasts on this track here, which again, batters, you know, Stoneman clearly showing his disappointment at the end. Robson, a few went up and down on him as well.
I suppose the one consolation is you can look at the score and say, well, one of those was the night watchman. But against that, you've got one of your top batters going in at 9 with a dodgy digit. You might have to bite on the bullet.
Tom Taylor. It's back into the attack. Replacing White. Sanderson 2 for 36 now from his 12. Good move from Proctor, bringing him back. How will Taylor go? How long to lunch? We did say they'd be greedy and they'd look for 2. There's another 7 minutes till the interval for Middlesex to navigate.
Tricky one for John Simpson, isn't it?
It's an interesting one that De Carey's comes in at 8.
Will he come in above?
Will he come in
There you
above
go.
Escanat? Oh, well, no, that was what I was going to go at, and I assume that's the reason why, is that seniority for Simpson and Higgins is pushing them so far down the order. If you put De Carey's in above, that actually...
Yeah.
Couple here for Hold'em. Settle on the 2 as Proctor retreats, the skipper to collect. I mean, if you take the night watchman out of it, you kind of go back to the start of the innings. 2:19 all out, Northamptonshire. If you said to Middlesex you'd be 95 runs behind and only 3 of your top order had gone, Middlesex probably would have taken that.
I guess.
Still a job to be done though, as you just
Well,
said.
you know what? I'm not sure that if they. We could have said that at Worcester, couldn't we? But I'm not sure that this isn't a situation where you want somebody to take it on. You know, Max is 3 off 20 balls so far. I don't think that's his best game. They might say, well, wait until after lunch. But you do get the impression that it's a pitch where if you plug away and plug away and plug away, eventually you get the ball, don't you?
And it's always been a bowler's surface here at Merchant Taylor School, hasn't it? Yeah, it's always come to this round of fixing, you know, well, you're going to get a lively match here. It certainly won't be a dull one. And Middlesex do enjoy playing here. End of the over, 124 for 4. So that's, you know, the batters as well. Middlesex have a good record here. They like coming to Merchant Taylor School. It's probably just about the favoured outground, isn't it? It took over from Uxbridge and Co.
Well, it's nice though. The outground cricket it's always been a pleasure to play on the outgrounds. I used to enjoy them very much because you get a crowd that looks like a crowd. It hasn't got to be that many people, but you feel like you're being watched by people. And Lords can be desolate at times. Scarborough was really fun. Essex grounds I used to love.
Scarborough was always a great. Middlesex had a run there, didn't they? 2014, 2015, 2016, of course, the famous victory. First time in Yorkshire's history, 150-year history, that they'd lost by an innings at Scarborough.
Yeah. I played first-class cricket on 67 different grounds.
What was the favourite outground? I think we have our.
Well, Scarborough was,
Scarborough,
if you call Scarborough an outground.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to like Southend, actually. South Church Park, I liked.
Ooh, nice start from Keogh. Now, it was just before lunch yesterday, wasn't it, that De Carey's around the wicket picked up the left-hander, Emilio Gay. Test here for Simpson. There'll be one more over after. Just about one more over after this before lunch, you'd say. Good leave again by Simpson.
He's got a little bit of turn there, isn't he?
Bounced a bit as well up the slope. Big wide that one. Turned a bit as well. Off the mark, John Simpson. Fine year with the bat. One of his finest, alongside 2016, the title year. Simpson.
Last year, it was one of those cases where, whatever situation you were in, you used to think, well, you got to thinking, it's okay, Simo's in.
Turn again there, but starting very wide.
1100 runs and keeping wicket, it was remarkable and very, very unusual for a keeper to get that, I think.
Wide again. End of the over, 127 for 4 with those wides. Has it pushed it to lunch? It has. 2 wides in the over. He'll make it 59, but lunch it is on day 2, 127 for 4. Now, one of those is the night watchman. Again, if you kind of go back to the start of the session, said to Middlesex, well, take the night watchman out of it, you'd be 3 top order batters down, you'd be trailing by 92. They might not be far off it, but the end of the session certainly belonged to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, they came back, didn't they? There, one more wicket than maybe England would have wanted to concede at that stage. Pretty even session actually, 92 behind still. Another couple of wickets. The wickets start to misbehave a little bit more. The bowls, even though the ball is softer, sometimes that makes a difference. It makes it more two-paced. So there's a lot of work to be done here. Somebody's got to take it on. Somebody's got to play a definitive innings for a lead for Middlesex. Northampton just keep plugging away, and that's the success they've got, is from doing precisely that.
Proof of that pudding probably will be in the afternoon session to judge the morning session. Speaking of pudding, time for lunch.
Yeah.
Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Hand, thanks very much for your company. Back with you just before 1:40. Lunch here on day 2. Middlesex trail by 92 runs. They're 127 for 4.
leading up the Northamptonshire side.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School, where, as you can see, we're nearly ready to go again. Big job for Middlesex to do. Max Holden on 3, John Simpson on 1. Holden's been in for a little while now. Got to get themselves in after the interval against Northamptonshire side, who will know those 4 wickets are pretty handy. You had a couple quickly after lunch now, and although they've got significant batting to come and a night watchman down, Middlesex do have an injured batter as well in Eskenazi batting down at number 9. At 92 run advantage. If they can keep it tight around that one way or the other, Northamptonshire, they'll know they're fully in the game. With the bounce that we've seen, a little inconsistent here at MTS. This can often be the way on an out ground. 34 overs old, this Kookaburra ball though, so let's see how that goes as well. Tom Taylor to resume from the Benham end after lunch. That elongated over from Keogh before the interval with a couple of wides, which meant Taylor wasn't going to get another go before the interval. Nicely stroked. I haven't seen too many down the ground in this game. Let's be watchful. Fuller ball and the pace of the pitch. A steer to backward point. They'll know, just keep it tight on that off stump. Much as yesterday, runs won't be easy to come by. Keep that run rate down. Look at it, 3.75. That's something I'm sure this afternoon they'll be saying to themselves. Top of off, top of off. Don't leave it. There's enough out there in the pitch, as we've seen. Stoneman on 50 made a big point of his disappointment with the bounce. That'll be in the batters' minds. A little bit of movement off the surface there, away from the left-hander, around the wicket, just jagged slightly. Oh, good leave. Now, we just saw the last one jag away from the left-hander. This one kept angling back in. Didn't particularly do much sideways, but the line, the length was good from Taylor. The question asked of Simpson after the ball that jagged away. Good leave by the Middlesex number 6 in this game. Elevated to number 5 in the order. Higgins at 6 usually. Oh, goodness me, he's got him. Full of ball. Simpson's gone for 1. Middlesex lose another wicket just after lunch. Pushed right up there. It's been a good start from Taylor in this over. Testing lines, testing lengths, getting a little bit out of the surface still. You can see actually that has moved. That has really straightened on him. And Simpson, here you go, here's another angler. He has to play at that ball from where he delivered it. Look at the last ball that was coming back in, just missing the outside of off, and this time Simpson forced to play it. I'm Kevin Ham, Mike Selby's alongside me, and Mike, that was a wonderful piece of bowling by Taylor.
Good ball, wasn't it? Yeah. First one I've seen after lunch. There we are. That was well bowled. Sometimes you have to walk off saying, I got a good one there.
Well, he had the ball two previous to that, slightly shorter. Saw it go off the surface, went away. Next one, angles it back in, just held its line towards the off stump, but starting wide enough. Higgins coming out, not Eskenazi. It says Eskenazi on the bottom, but Ryan Higgins makes his way out at number 7. I said that Simpson was elevated. Of course, he was for the last match, but no, he would have been at 6 in this game, but for Eskenazi's injury. So he's gone up to 1. He's gone up 1 again in this match. To number 5 as he was down at Hampshire, but this time only because of the Eskenazi injury. But yes, they bring out the number 7, Higgins. Of course, with Watchman at the top as well. It's jigged it all around a bit, but big job to do. Holden and Higgins now. De Carey's still to come, then Eskenazi. Rowan Jones and Helm. He'll use the feet from Higgins. Leaves alone. Good over, a wicket maiden for Taylor. 1 for 30 from 8. 127 for 5, Middlesex. Well, Simpson only had a couple of balls before lunch. Middlesex have to get going again here after the interval.
Yeah, that 92 they need to. The parity is looking a little way away at the moment. 127 for 5. Ball's doing a fair bit, even though it's 35 overs old now. It's tricky, I think. Ryan Higgins has made his intentions clear there, hasn't he? Going down the pitch like he did for the first ball. I think you have to do something to disrupt the bowling a little bit here.
Yeah, the ball has certainly done more in this game than it did in the Hampshire match. Saw a fair bit of movement, a swing for Higgins yesterday. Really, he was the only one, but he took it a fair bit. Sanderson again. Up the hill and onto the hip. Single for Holden. Big job for Max Holden to do. Can we call him the last of the recognised top order again? De Carey's as an opening bat, but almost on seniority. He's coming in below Simpson and Higgins at the moment. Otherwise, those two would be pushed so far down in the order by the number of top order batters.
Well, he'll be coping with kind of new ball conditions in a way, movement.
There he goes, stepping across, pulling hard. 4 runs to get off the mark for Higgins. Middlesex 132 for 5. Steadily bringing that deficit down. He will be positive, Higgins, we know that. And on a pitch like this, you mentioned it earlier, might that perhaps for Holden that's the way as well. They might just need to be a little bit more positive in their approach.
Yeah, if you let bowlers get into a rhythm, but just a complete rhythm of banging away at the at that length, you let them get into a rhythm and they'll tie you down. So you need to do something to break that up. No bowler likes people messing around with their length.
Now, a little bit of a change up here. Keeper steps up. 3 slips, crouch down. Right in behind that.
The keeper up to the stump, so already there's a measure of success in the strategy of Ryan Higgins.
Nicely done by Higgins. 4 50s in the first 4 games of the season, all of them in the first innings as well. It was a fine achievement.
He's a really good cricketer, isn't he? Really, really good all-round cricketer.
Bowled. There was a stat produced a couple of years back now. Can't quote it exactly off the top of my head, but when Stevens was going so well, 2-3 years back now, there was a cheeky cry of Stevens for England, says was it when any particular injury at that time for Ben Stokes. But the stats were put out there of the batting average of Higgins and the bowling average of Higgins over the last 5 years, I think, up to that point. It was an incredible return. Punches that one, it gets through point. White in there, not able to stop it. 4 more for Higgins, 136 for 5 at the end of the over, Middlesex.
Oh, bowler's bit of fielding that. He should have stopped that one. Didn't stop it. Got a hand on it on, not enough even to stop it going for 4. So it's already a good aggressive start there, isn't it?
We can imagine with these two things will happen a little bit quicker. Holden just off the back of pretty good T20 campaign, a century at Lords in defeats for Holden. Higgins to Carey's to come next, and then Eskenazi. Well, who knows what that grip on the bat will be like for him. It's his bottom hand as memory serves. But again, he had that laboured innings here a couple of seasons back against Leicestershire, wasn't it, where he had to he couldn't move at all. He was in so much pain at the crease, let alone think about running. I mean, we saw it the other day in the Test match, didn't we, with Nathan Lyon, but I can promise you the Eskenazi situation was far worse in terms of he was completely incapacitated in terms of moving, just pretty much stand in the crease, see ball, play ball. Glorious. Driven through point by Holden. Lovely shot for the left-hander. He's on to 8. It's a little bit of shape through the air on that as well, wasn't it?
It was a little bit wider, in fact, than the one that John Simpson got. It was timed that beautifully. Yeah, he's getting a little round the wicket. He's just shaping it away a la Stuart Broad.
So I played again by Holden. He's over the top of it. Steers down to deep third, and positive, as you were saying. Positive in his approach there once again. Out being reckless. Young man as well. It's easy to forget just how young Holden is. You know, he's had an awful lot of experience, a lot of cricket under his belt. But and we were talking about the history of the game earlier. Quite often batters, bowlers who wouldn't really come through until their early 20s. Higgins has been around for a long while. Solid defence from Higgins. to end the over. 141 for 5. Higgins has 8. Holden has 9. And Middlesex have a job to do, but 78 behind again. Due to offer it to them back at the beginning, say 4 of your top order will be gone. But 78 behind. On this pitch, it's in the balance for sure, but it's not a desperate situation just yet. Another partnership, if that can bring them close, then any sort of little lead going into the third innings will be useful.
Certainly a game where Mark Stoneman's 50 is worth 100 on a flat and early day of the week. That's why broad, basic data doesn't really tell you the story sometimes.
Thick inside edge down to long leg for a single. 142 for 5. That's why I like your thought about time spent in the middle, and that was why I was really interested in it yesterday. That so many, you talk about getting in. Oh, they got 20. Yeah, but they might have only been there for 20 balls and 20 minutes. To spend at least an hour, all of them, in that top 8, but nobody was able to reach 50. That also is a little bit of a warning sign for Middlesex. You're going to have to be careful here, because there's every chance that they could go in a clatter.
Strange that batters still talk about batting time, but actually nobody these days seems to measure by time. It's always by balls received. I still like to measure an innings by how long it's spent. Maybe that's me just being really old school, but if I know somebody's scored 100 off 180 balls, that doesn't actually tell me very much, to be honest with you. That's kind of a mundane figure. If they tell me that they batted for 4 hours, 4.5 hours or something, I know how they've played.
Just a single. Higgins ran the first one hard, but there's only ever going to be one. He's on to 9. Holden back on strike. I remember very young Nick Compton sitting down next to a very young Kevin Hand many years ago in the commentary tent. I think it was maybe Richmond even at that point, and he'd had a great start to his Middlesex time. Then he had the back injury, didn't he? He came back in the side, and he was doing okay back in the side, but not really getting to where he wanted to be. And the dressing room at that point was a little bit shot. It's a good stop. It's got a hand to it, but it was powerfully struck by Higgins, and the chase given is not going to be one. It was a fine hand to it by Zaib. 4 more to Holden. Anything outside the off stump, he seems to have liked so far. Bowling around the wicket to him. But yeah, I remember Compton coming in having a chat with me, and that's disjointed, shall we say, the dressing room was in his younger days at Middlesex. He's just sitting with me in the tent cheering it over, and I said, well, Nick, I don't know much, but one thing I do always hear is you don't score many runs back in the pavilion. Batting time out in the middle.
True enough.
He did. He really dug in for a long while, and had a great run up to the end of his Middlesex career, didn't he, before going to Somerset and on to England. Back to Middlesex as a title winner.
He's got a book coming out, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think
right, yeah.
Started to see some of the promotion of that already.
I think it's really important that all sports people are able to speak about the mental travails that they have. Sometimes contingent on the game they play, sometimes not. But times have changed, and people are able to speak openly about it and understand that there's no stigma attached to anything to mental illness. It's not.
But sadly, there probably not probably, there still was in the early days of Nick Compton's career, which didn't help the matter at all.
Oh, it probably manifested itself mostly with Marcus Trescothick.
Sharp single just in front of the mid-on.
The day that kind of really came to a head, it was very strange actually. We were in Canberra, in Australia, playing the game up there, the Prime Minister's 11 or whatever it was, up there, and I saw Trez that morning over the toaster. Right? And you know the old rotating toaster thing you get in the hotels that goes around so slowly and never toasts anything. And I thought, oh, hey, how you doing, Trez? Oh, great, I'm great. And the very next day after that match, went back to Sydney, and that evening we were sitting around. We'd all done work for the evening. We were sitting around the bar, and we got a message that Trez has gone home. And it was like, from that morning, or the previous morning to that time, that it happened, and you know, you've had subsequent very high-profile occasions. Jonathan Trott in Australia again, similarly. Michael Yardy, and you know the people who've been able to talk about it, and it's given the nature of the illness and the fact that there's no stigma to it, and that it can be treatable, and you know they've done an immense service to the game actually, and to mental health. I don't think people realise sometimes what a closeted existence cricket can be as well. You know, even pre-COVID, the idea that you travel the world, but you could be quite lonely. You know, back when Ian McLaurin became chair of the ECB, one of the first things he did was give people single rooms on tour, and that's a good thing and a bad thing actually.
No ball, beautiful ball as well. The arm stretched out by umpire Lungley. He'd have enjoyed bowling on this a few years ago, Tom Lungley. On 48 for 5, one still to come of the over. That no ball will go up in a second on the screen. So trail by 60. In fact, that's the 150 up, isn't it? My apologies. 150 up. And they trail by 69. That's got to be close. It was really short. And Max Holden, I think, looking exactly towards umpire Pollard with that thought in mind. How is that not another extra? 150 for 5, end of the 39th. Yeah, the single room.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of swings and roundabouts a bit with it. You know, a lot of people like their own space. Sometimes you get paired. You know, and I've experienced this. You get paired with somebody that you don't really. It's not that you don't get on with them. It's that their lifestyle might be different, or their habits are different, and there's that. But there's a camaraderie of it too on tour, and sometimes you do need mates. You do need somebody to be able to offload to. You don't want to be able to retreat, or you need very perceptive teammates who notice that somebody has just retreated to their room, and you're not seeing them in the evening or whatever.
Right back into the attack, up the hill from the lake end. Long way across. That Higgins just clips happily He'd have seen a fair exposure, but he'd seen the full exposure of leg and maybe even a little bit of middle as he played that.
And a bit of cat and mouse there. He's down the pitch again. Keeper's back. Will the keeper come up to the stumps? Well, it's not facing at the moment. He's not come out for Maxie Holden, but sometimes, you know, having the keeper up to the stumps actually makes the bowler bowl better. Makes you want to hit the gloves hard. Harder.
It's that tailing in from around the wicket again, which in some ways did for Simpson, the ball before. Angling back towards that off stump and then on really straightened off the surface. As I say, the Compton's early days at Middlesex were the start of my career doing this, and you just saw the change in the coming years, how there was more support for players, more understanding, as you say, that Trescothic time. Of course, Compton went and was part of that very successful top order with Trescothic down at Somerset. Trying to remember whether he got a year with Langer or not in the end, because Langer went down to Somerset as well, didn't he, before Compton? And part of the reason for Compton leaving Middlesex, well, there were many reasons, but one part of it was that Trescothic, Langer, Compton, top three, and he thought there's only good going to come of that for my game. Whereas Middlesex, as I say, were a little disjointed at the time in the dressing room and at the top of the order. Oh, that's flayed. It's a gully now.
Is that catchable? When I say catchable, if it was catchable, it would have been a...
Zaib again. Now, it reminds us of Eskenazi yesterday.
Half volleying, maybe?
Is that into the ground? Oh, no, might have just carried that. Can't quite see it, but judging by the trajectory off the bat, you fancy low down, he probably...
Might just half volleyed him, but it was... I think he's smarting a bit anyway.
Yes. Well, it hasn't had to go off. Nice little gap found in between mid-wicket and mid-on by Holden to end the over. 152 for 5, trailed by 67 now Middlesex. Yeah, Eskenazi held the catch yesterday and walked straight off the field, so at the moment it's hanging his head backwards, and that hurts. I mean, there was the cry of catch, then there was a moment of disappointment, but I think, as you said, even if it carried, that went like a tracer, didn't it?
Was it last year or the year before that he did a hand or the finger?
Yes, he did.
Another blinder?
Yep. Was it first game of the season against Derbyshire? I seem to remember, didn't he?
Last year, was it?
Yeah. Because Murtagh limped out that game with a hamstring injury as well, didn't he? Yeah, Compton, when he came into the side, of course, Ben Hutton, you had Hutton and Compton up at the top of the order for Middlesex at that point, and Ben Hutton, a very, very good man. Very good man indeed, had his battles as well and walked away from the game. Oh, cry a catch. He did flay at it. If you're going to flay hard.
Well, I mean, that was, you wouldn't say that was a drivable ball, really. He's hit that on the rise, as they say. Little bit of width it gave him to throw his arms through that. But he's been much more positive, hasn't he, since lunch? So maybe before lunch he was mindful of the situation and getting through to the interval.
Another thing that cast my mind back to that era is when I took on the job. I mean, it's very commonplace nowadays, but then, Middlesex have had 12 captains in 10 seasons. They've really got to find someone who's going to take... Yeah, back then it was a shock. You know, nowadays, 12 captains in 10 seasons, well... Not wholly surprised. passes around a little bit more transient nature of cricket and comings and goings and formats nowadays. Oh, no ball called. They went up behind the stumps. It was always angling down. It was never going to be an LBW, but another no ball. That'll frustrate Northamptonshire a little here in a low-scoring game. They've just racked up a few of those now.
Charging in down the hill, isn't he, though? I'd say he's cranked it up a wee bit since before lunch, actually.
Tom Helm touched on that last night as well. Angus Fraser was watching Toby Rowland-Jones from side on and just looked at his run down the hill and felt that he was a shorter run now for Rowland-Jones as it is. Felt that he was almost just, there was a slight slowdown before the leap. I was watching Tim Mercer this morning as well, because running down the hill, Helm said you can kind of get away from yourself a little bit charging down the hill.
You have to do the opposite. You have to try and hold yourself back. I was fully prepared to do that, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, now. I just thought for a moment that there was a little nick on that. Kitchen sink again.
He's just given them a few opportunities, isn't he? Bit short and wide. He's putting a shift in here, though. 2
slips, deep thirds, backward point. Nobody then around towards cover. So I suppose the temptation's there. Miss the backward point and just don't sky it down to deep third. Runs along the floor to that backward point position. Trying to think who those captains would have been. Even when I started, I think it went from Hutton to Styrus. Joyce Smith. Joyce only had it briefly, really temporary. Shard had it prior to Hutton. End of the over, 158. 4-5. And of course Sean Udall got it for a couple of years, back end of his career, the captaincy. With Rowland-Jones, number 10 on that list in this game. See De Carey's at 9. I think Eskenazi will come in there, he'll drop down one more. Eskenazi's had the captaincy as well. Max Holden, former England under-19 captain. Higgins very much the captain of his own ship. Great battler, great scrapper. Middlesex very happy to have him back. There you go again. It's the pace of the pitch. It was the first thing you talked about when you arrived today from what you saw yesterday. You could just see the pace of the pitch was a little inconsistent. Yeah, there were a couple yesterday where they pushed them. They just went back into the offside and you thought, oh, nearly. Something to watch. That was as close really as we got to that up and down bounce yesterday really. There wasn't really any noticeably. There was one, I think. He took Zaib on the glove. Ethan Bamber maybe. Maybe Higgins actually himself. But today certainly more noticeable. 158 for 5. just noticed on this occasion, it's quite a leggy, lumbering approach from White, isn't it? Those legs really jut up around him as he comes in, skipping up through mud from the lake end, up the hill. Haven't got our high jumpers either behind the bowler at the lake end today, as we had yesterday. I was watching he sets off because you think he's into quite a rhythm. It just sort of struck me a little. Legs are still having to be dragged up. There they go, just there. It's got a boom, boom, boom.
A couple of paces down the pitch again. He's already standing out of his crease, and a couple of paces down. I noticed earlier in the over he did that, then he stayed back in the crease, hoping that the bowler will change his length. Just drag it back a bit and give him an opportunity to carve it. He pulls quite well, doesn't he, as well?
End of the over. 159 for 5. Holden 19, Higgins 11. Almost feels like he gets a second wind halfway through his run up. He kind of starts and then he's off again.
Yeah.
Drinks for these two. Trailing by 60. Just starting to get a little partnership going. Interesting, the run rate significantly higher. 2.2 Middlesex were having it down and around at one point yesterday, and it crept up towards 2.4. Thinking, oh, Middlesex will want to tighten this up again.
I think the one thing Middlesex haven't done, and maybe by design, don't know, they haven't really looked to rotate the strike. They've scored in a lot of those, the 3.79 runs per over rate, which is pretty swift, and mostly, I'd say, in boundaries. And
Five 50s for Higgins this summer now. I mentioned 4 in the first 4 innings of the season. Or the 4 firsts. Have I got that right? The first 4 first innings of the season.
smoke from the barbecue over the far side gusting around a bit, blowing around. It's not a consistent wind, gusty, swirly wind.
Fortunately, it's not blowing this way to tease herself.
No. I think there's a little bit more of a breeze this afternoon, actually.
Yeah, it's a funny day yesterday. We had that. It came off for rain at one point, although it was announced as bad light. They'd been out there and the light had been pretty bad for a while, and then the rain came and it was almost so the umpires gave up at that point. Rain instantly went, brightened up again, we were back out there, but then it got particularly dark once again towards the close. We thought today was going to be quite a different day to what it's been. Pretty temperate so far as well. We're needed the fans on today. It was quite hot and humid yesterday. Yeah, Higgins 550s this summer, tops the averages with 40.4, the live average for him. Tops the strike rate as well of the top order, 61. I suppose that perhaps goes with the territory slightly, but certainly for the type of player he is. End of the over, 159 for 5. His partner out there in the middle, Max Holden, he is averaging 15 this summer, 13 innings, just 195 runs, 150, that 53 it was against Nottinghamshire in the chase. So it was a pretty valuable 50, it was one that really meant something. I asked him if that was his finest hour, he said certainly had to be up there. Stuart Broadencoat earlier this summer. Fine blast campaign that he's had as well, Holden. His side need him to find some first class runs here though. It's a single to deep back of square leg. I've seen Max a couple of times over the years where you think he just doesn't look like he's going to score runs at the moment in the Championship. I don't want to talk about here, he's at the non-strikers unfortunately, but I haven't felt that way about him this year. He looks more at ease with his game. Look as sometimes agitated, when a batter can look out of form out in the middle, they can look agitated.
You certainly feel you want to see him somehow translate his white ball form into the red ball, and he's never quite done it yet. It's
Brings Holden back onto strike.
a little bit of a quieter spell, isn't it? They've just settled down a bit. The bowling's settled down a bit. Batters have settled down.
First class average overall for Holden. It's 20, just below 27. '74 first class matches for him. You mentioned the 3 centuries, 2 of them for Northamptonshire. 16 50s. Top score of 153 in 131 innings.
First time I saw him play, I think, was at Northampton in 2019, and he played really well, and he got 50, and he hit one to Silly Point, and it bounced off Silly Point, and he was caught off that, and he scarcely scored a run after that. And it was almost like it set him back, you know. And he became very introverted, to play very blinkered in how he saw cricket, and didn't seem able to see the broader world. And sometimes, the more you get focused, you get absorbed by obsessed by the game of cricket, the less successful you can be.
I was listening to someone talk about sport the other day, and they said when you can remember that it's meant to be fun, that's when it becomes a lot easier.
That's very true, isn't it?
And actually, to the credit of what Stokes and McCullum are doing at the moment, they are trying to make it fun for the players in that clarity, aren't they? That clarity that they go out there with. And as you say, Stokes is leading from an example now of it's not all attack, 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 but part of it is that freedom, that fun.
Well, they're trying to do that. I think, for me, there's a downside to it, which is a complete lack of accountability.
Too high.
So they're pretty much saying it doesn't matter if you get out as long as you get out in the right way. And sometimes you get a contrasting message. You know, after the Lord's game, the Lord's Test match, there's a whole bunch of very devastated cricketers up there, and then in the next breath, we're not a results-orientated team. Well, you're one or the other. You can't be both.
Yeah.
And of course, they're in a results-orientated business. That's the nature of it. You know, they're not just there to bowl half trackers and have somebody hit them up in the air. There's a bit more to it than that.
Speaking of half trackers, I thought it was going to be a leg gully. He's a leg slip in now for Higgins. I mentioned that Nottinghamshire match. We saw Broad and co go after Eskenazi like this, didn't we? Trying to get him down the leg side, which they did. There's that little use of the feet from Higgins, the underarm. Meant to be sharp.
It's good cricket. You've got to be accountable somewhere in the long line for your performance. You can't keep saying, "Oh, we're having faith." You know, they'll do it with Johnny Bairstow the next game. You know, Johnny Bairstow will keep wicket in the next game. Now, that's them showing faith in Johnny Bairstow. Is that the right decision? I don't know. Would they be better side with Ben Folkes keeping wicket and Johnny Bairstow batting and just batting? That's hypothetical, but if I was a bowler, I wouldn't want to see catches shelled.
That's nicely done again by Higgins in front of backward point. Good control. It's opening that face. Crunched on this occasion, lovely shot. Holder moves to 26, 168 for 5. Trail by 51 now, Middlesex.
Again, just giving him that little bit of width to throw his arms through it. Just trusting the bounce a bit.
Seen too many sumptuous cover drives or
man back on the hook there before.
Oh, goes full with it. There it goes. Yeah, they've got 2 slips, deep third, backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square on the hook, as you mentioned, and long leg. End of the over, 168 for 5, 45 done. it's a long way to the second new ball for Northamptonshire. That's where a partnership at this stage could just give Middlesex that foundation again, which it looked as though they were building with Stoneman and Robson earlier. This partnership's worth 41 now for the 6th wicket, which Higgins has 13. Usually the aggressor.
Might change of bowling now, so we're going to get a bit of spin again. It's been interesting, won't it? Because Ryan Higgins likes to take the off spinner on, doesn't he?
Holden similarly is a positive player against spin.
Well, he sweeps, doesn't he? Reverse sweeps.
That was part of the ploy of dropping Higgins down the order. Holman down the order in the blast. So they play the spinners more in the middle overs. Magnificent century. Defeat at Lords from Holden. Second T20 century for him. Just looking at his figures now. First class average of 26. A List A average of 42 for Holden. 22 innings. 1 century, 5 50s. 2 T20 centuries now from 51 T20 innings. 5 50s and T20s as well. Average of 28. Reverse sweep. Outside off stump, a long way outside off stump. You can see where he's finished there. This looks like it could be a fun encounter. Here he goes again, Higgins. Single. 169 for 5. Trying by 50.
Yeah, slip anticipating the shot there.
Mentioned Ben Hutton earlier. Actually, I remember him taking an astonishing catch where he anticipated at short leg, paddled sweep. Memory serves, it was at Horsham, and left-hander went to paddle it down the leg side, and Hutton at short leg just saw him go for it early and thought, I'm going for it, and he just went early himself. It's going to be a wide. Oh, not given on this occasion, the couple before lunch, but it just did that couple of little steps with his foot and then went with it, full stretch dive, and it just went straight off the face into his left hand. Amazing catch. Cryer catch up in the air, but safe. Down to deep third on the reverse from Holden. Again, his favoured shot. Middlesex trail by 46 now. Backward point was there, but fine of white.
He does play that shot well, actually. It's a mainstream shot for him. It's not a variation. He plays it a lot.
.46 overs done. 173 for 5. Middlesex.
Is he right-handed or left-handed, Max? He's right-handed, isn't he? He bowls right-handed, isn't he?
He does. He's an off-spinner, yeah.
Yeah, you see, sometimes left-hand bat is actually the logical way to bat, or used to be anyway, because invariably, almost always, left-handed bats are right-handed people, so they're top-hand dominant. Now the bottom hand comes into cricket a lot more, so it's applies less so. But, for example, the reverse, what do you call it, the switch hit or whatever, is actually a left-hander's, or for a right-hander to play that, is a left-hander's slog sweep, really. And likewise the reverse sweep. So it's actually, when he's reverse sweeping, it's his dominant hand that is actually doing the sweeping, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. All praises for that. Sorry, Gus, we picked up on 173 for 5. So it's just getting themselves into that position again to start to feel like they could take a little bit of control in this game. 33 overs. It's the second new ball. And there's the advance again from Higgins, no run. Partnership worth 46. Holden dominating the scoring in that.
Never appeared as an amateur, would he, Higgins? He wouldn't appear on a score, wouldn't sit well on a scorecard in the professional amateur days. Higgins would have been Higgins. Unless he hyphenated it up.
Yeah.
He'd have come out the bowler's room.
250 anniversary of that Hambledon match. First recognised first class game last year, wasn't it?
Is it? Was it?
Was it the Gents versus the Workers or something?
We talked about RES Wyatt earlier on, and oh, he's not running. Because he stops as soon as I stopped.
Running the first hard. Fine of the deep third. They will get back for the second. Good running from Higgins. He's on 16.
So my maternal grandfather was a Staffordshire miner, and but he was a good cricketer, and they reckon he was a good enough cricketer to play. Maybe not, I don't know, county cricket or not, but to play certainly at that kind of level. But he was a batter, and batters weren't miners, miners weren't batters, and RES Wyatt wouldn't have been anywhere near the place. But I'll tell you a lovely story about my old granddad. Right, he came down to stay with us once, down in near. We used to live just off Wandsworth Common, and I got a new cricket ball. And my old bat, and I took to me. My granddad must have been in his 60s then, I think. And he used to call me my old beauty, my old duck. And he said, "We'll go up there, my old duck." And I went up the common and put the stumps in. And I got my brand new ball. And my granddad, he's got his like his best suit on, except he didn't have a collar on it, and he got a fur roll up and a flat cap on. And anyway, I got up there, and I've got the new ball, so he's going to bat. And he took his jacket off, and he's got his braces and his collarless shirt on, and his fag in his mouth, and his hat on still. And I ran up and bowled this ball, and he just went bang, and he pinged this thing miles, honestly. And it's the only shot he hit. But I thought, by God, he could play, you know. You can just tell, can't you? And he put his jacket back on again. He still got his fag in his mouth.
And how old are you by then? He was in his 60s.
Oh, I was probably 10 or 11, I suppose.
Probably getting it through.
But always remember that. Always remember it. Well, he died in 65, so.
50 partnership up between these two. Together score 127 for 5. Even with the night watchman out, still precarious position. Less precarious now for Middlesex, starting to open up a bit. Holden's on to 36. They trail by 36 runs, Middlesex.
It feels like you're chasing a target, doesn't it, at the moment? It's a good controlled shot, that one, though. Nobody out there.
Game awareness, they'll be be acutely aware, won't they, that this first innings for Middlesex, if it goes wrong, they can't get something of an advantage themselves. Northamptonshire will feel big in this game. Take a 2, back with a square on the leg side, or batted Higgins, Holden. He's on to 38, 185 for 5, 32 the deficit. Rams. Off the inside edge into the pad. 48 done, 185 for 5.
It's been a good partnership, this, hasn't it? Been proactive. Put some bad balls away. Put some good balls away, actually. A couple of nice drives from Max Holden.
Interesting to see Higgins outscored like that, isn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't at the start, was he? He came in bristling and hit a couple of early boundaries, and then he settled back and Max has taken over a little bit.
Well, excellent from Holden. 35 from 40 within the partnership. Which means he scored 3 from 24 out of it.
Yeah.
Stump's thrown down by Keogh. Underarm. Higgins just turned around when he heard the little I was going to call it the death rattle behind him, but it wasn't, was it? What do you call it? Just the little wooden noise behind him. 'Cause he was well within his ground as he walked away towards square leg. That'd have been an interesting one, walking away towards square leg but out of your ground. Let go. They're going to take 3. Nicely timed by Higgins. He's into the 20s.
It was well timed then. I think he was looking for 1 there.
Ever heard of that one? Wandering out your crease, walking towards square leg in between the deliveries, as so many batters do. Underarm throw comes in.
Yeah, well, again, it's, I was actually at the top of the stairwell when that was all kicking off downstairs.
Were you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'd just gone past. Well, I could hear this noise going on. I was more interested in going to find something to sandwich at a stage, but along the ground.
He pushed at it, but he pushed it with an angled bat, didn't he? That's well kept in. Sanderson.
But the reaction was just astonishing to that run out. People standing up and the top balcony standing up and booing, cheats. Saying why? He's gone out of his crease, being dozy.
That's overwhelmingly what I've heard from within the game, that most people have said, what's the problem?
Well, there's no
He's
problem.
out.
He didn't. He underarmed that straight away, and they said he's been doing it before as well. He'd been
The Bairstow does it himself, yeah.
No, well, not only that, that he'd been wandering out of his crease before. They'd spotted that.
Run again, just fine of cover, and the scoreboard's ticking at the moment for Middlesex. There's 6 off the over now.
There are two golden rules. One is a golden rule of sport, which is play to the whistle, and the other in cricket is stay in the crease. It's not difficult. I say that about mankading, so-called mankading. People get irate about that. Stay in the crease. There's no issue. Stay in the crease.
Should they, and I'm playing devil's advocate asking this question, should they have given him a warning if they'd have seen him wandering out of his crease?
Out of his crease. Oh, you go out your crease again, I'll stump you. No. Well, it's no different.
.191 for 5, 49 done. Holden 41, Higgins 21. Run rate 3.9. It's just gloomed over a little bit behind the lake ends, and the Northamptonshire side would probably be the happier side to go off at this stage. How close are we? Still an hour away from tea. They probably wouldn't mind a little break themselves.
Down to 28 lead now. The Bearsdale thing is redolence of the situation in Bell at Trent Bridge that time, where it was patently obvious that the ball was still live. I could see it in front of me down on the boundary. Fielder didn't really. The fielder thought it had gone for 4, picked it up and threw it in. But everybody else knew that you could see that it hadn't, and he thrown it in. And Ian Bell was just walking off to lunch. The ball was still alive. But that all kicked off, and they got reinstated, didn't he?
Oh, now that could be close and gone. Right arm around to the left-hander, so it has to straighten a
That
bit.
had to straighten, didn't it, for that to be out? Gave him straight away.
Umpire Pollard, standing umpire. Holden gone for 41. Quicker delivery from Keogh, I fancy. 1 for 17 for him.
If it straightened, I could see why that was out. Well, did it straighten? Did it straighten? I don't know if you'd see the other end.
We're going to go back to the other end next.
I reckon that hasn't straightened at all.
You see a lot of middle and
So
off,
I
can't
reckon
you?
I reckon that might be missing leg.
Shake of the head from Holden as he goes off. Does indeed. Right arm around to the left-hander. It does need to straighten to get those angles right. But here comes Josh de Carys in at number 8. Indeed, as he would have been on the scorecard, because where Eskenazi's dropped down, of course, Bamber went up. Yeah. So he would have been 8 all the way. So it'll be Eskenazi next. They're still 28 behind Middlesex. De Carys and Higgins comes together. A good partnership that for Middlesex for the 6th wickets. It steadied things again with Eskenazi, Roland Jones and Helm to come. There's still a fair bit of batting. Tom Helm is a number 11. Indeed, Roland Jones is a number 10. But this partnership will want to do a little bit, especially for Stephen Eskenazi if he's batting in pain, precautionary, putting him down at 9 in this innings. So clearly there's discomfort and concern.
He was out there in the interval, wasn't he, standing on the crease there, shadow batting out of the middle.
I actually enjoy watching him do that. You always see get it there early enough at the ground.
Yeah, it's shadow batting, is he?
Morning of a game, you always see Eskenazi lining it all up out there, thinking it through. Great talker, isn't he, Eskenazi? Great to listen to.
Yeah.
Explaining the game, talking it through. Keogh to de Carys. These two likely to play a significant part in the match, both bat and ball. De Carys the lone spinner with Holman rested for this one, or dropped, whatever we want to call it. De Carys keeping his place after the exploits at the Aegeus. Even a wicket just before lunch yesterday. Swept hard to the short fine leg.
Hit that well, found the fielder.
Catch it on the full, I think he did, didn't he? Dipping like that early in your innings, easily dip under the bat. Wicket maiden for Keogh, 1 for 17 from 4. For the man who tops the Northamptonshire averages. They rotated Russell out for this one, giving Broad his go, coming in at number 3. Young batter, you can turn his arm over a little as well. 191 for 6 Middlesex, losing Holden. Fine innings by Max Holden. Another one just shy of a 50 though. Only Stoneman so far has managed to make it to a half century. Can Higgins do the same? He's on 21. De Carys will very much want to nail down his opportunity, his position in the side with the bat, won't he? He's in as the spinner for this one, but put some valuable runs on the ball, make it difficult for him to be pushed out of the side. Surrey next up at Lords in the Championship. Battle for positions for that one. Eskenazi, I'm sure, will hope that the finger injury will be done. He's fended that one off a little. Aaron Higgins single taken. Max Holden's average has climbed to 17 for the season, so with that 150. He's a lively cricketer to Carries. You can hear him loudly from here. Yeah, maybe two. He charges off for the firsts. All action cricketer I describe him as in the field as well. He's always throwing himself around. It's all happening. You certainly know when he's taken a wicket. Charges away in celebration. Going back to Holden quickly. 41 runs, 68 deliveries, 6 fours, but 92 minutes. A very solid hour and a half. 109 minutes for Stoneman, the longest so far. But it just goes a little bit back to that Northamptonshire innings, the amount of time that they all spent in the middle. Cry catch goes away. Down to deep third. Backward point was rolling to his left. Single for Carries to end the over. 4 off it. 195 for 6.
A little while, wasn't it? Just a little while. Enough to keep them interested. Normal gully fielder would have snaffled that one.
Off spinner v off spinner again. Keep switching the bat pad. That's short leg now. Just a reminder of that Northamptonshire innings was 119 minutes for Gaze, 24, 107 minutes for Proctor's, 25, 117 minutes for Zabes, 49. Cry catch it, but I think that was all on the floor, wasn't it? I think it went straight to the floor. Not quite straight to the boundary. It's going to stop. Taking a couple. Carries on to 5. Not sure it's quite there for it, but again, that bounce. Wholly reliable. End of the over, just the 2 off it, 197 for 6. Middlesex trail by 22, a little spit of rain in the air. Looks as though we'll be in for a delay at some point, but T not far off. Minimum overs remaining today 49, so another 17 until T. Could always take the early T though if the rain comes down. White's on from the Benham end once more. Ball 52 overs old, so 17 to T. At that point it would be 69 overs old, and then 11 overs after T for the second new ball, assuming no interruptions, of course. Edged. No third slip. 4 runs for Higgins. 200 up for Middlesex. 201 for 6. I mentioned no centurion for Middlesex this year in the championship. In all championship innings, first and second, they've only once reached 250 this season. Chase 248 to beat Northamptonshire, of course, but nonetheless that 250 mark is one that will frustrate them. I was pondering on the way to the ground though this morning, thinking about doing your morning report. Things to talk over. If a Middlesex batter is to find that first century of the season that's in this game, then it would be quite the achievement. As you said, Stoneman's...
Yeah, be handy now.
Well, absolutely. As you said, Stoneman's 50 was worth money a century on a flat one.
Quite steady rain coming down now.
Yeah. Slight look from the umpires. Feel quite as dark as it did yesterday at times. Use of the feet from Higgins on that one. One or two umbrellas up around the ground. Light enough at the moment that the majority of spectators are still sat there happily without ducking for cover. Again down the track, pushing its cover. But yeah, similarly with the 250, you know, if they were to fall just shy of the 250 mark, or one, disappointed on missing out on the batting point, two, the match position, if they can get to a high 200 score here, then they'll have a significant advantage going into the final 2 innings of the match.
Umpire's having a natter about the weather now.
And we're done.
Yeah, we're off.
Will that be T on day 2? Umpire Pollard, Umpire Lungley didn't stop for long to discuss.
That would be sensible, wouldn't it, to take the interval now?
Yeah, 3 o'clock. Make up what remains of the day. 48 overs remaining of the day, so it'll be a long old evening session. But at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you'd imagine, unless this rain clears. I mean, they cleared pretty quickly. They were barely off when they were back on yesterday for a brief rain delay, and it did come down much heavier than this, and indeed it was much darker than this as well. Just going to cast a quick look at the radar before we depart and see if there's anything substantial behind it, or whether it will be a light passing shower. Certainly it was forecast, but, well, forecast this morning. The forecast overnight was horrible. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a band coming. So in which case you'd fancy that would be tea, but of course if it isn't, we'll be back on the stream immediately when play resumes. So 18 runs they trail by Middlesex, 201 for 6. Again, one of those is a night watch. So you'd suggest once more that probably Middlesex just reaching a point that if you'd have offered it to them this morning, if you'd have offered it to them, perhaps even at the start of the match when they lost the toss, they might just have said, yeah, we'll take that. But batting last could be tricky on this one in the chase. We'll have to wait and see. As soon as play resumes, we'll be back here at Merchant Taylor's School. For myself, Kevin Ham, Mike Selvey as well, and the stream team. We'll take a short break in the rain. Well, we'll take a break for as long as the rain goes on. Let's hope it is only a short one. Perhaps tea is ushered through at the same time. But we're back as soon as play resumes. Middlesex 201 for 6. apart from for the commentators and the producer. We didn't get anything. So, Higgins on 26. Take 2, and they'll take 3 as play resumes. 2:04 for 6. Higgins on 29. Middlesex trail by 15 runs with 4 wickets standing, and of those 4, an opening bat into Carey's, top order bat in Higgins. Eskenazi batting down the order due to injury. And then Roland Jones and Helm. Just be starting to feel a little bit happier about life right now. Middlesex in this game won't be taking anything for granted. .204 for 6 and 47.3 remain. Oh, we're going to take out the short leg now for Higgins. Still a lot of cricket to play today. 47.2 overs. I tell you what, it's not the worst shout in the world, but he went a fair way across. .54 done, 205 for 6 to Carey's on 5. Higgins will have strike with 30, 14 runs the deficit at the moment. Well, it was a funny one. Like I say, yesterday it looked as though we were in real trouble, and rain came down. It was dark, and all of a sudden, the rain disappeared pretty quickly. Ball squirts away out to deep backward point. They'll think two and they'll come back for two. Throw to the non-strikers and oh, well, they let it hit at the non-strikers end. Fortunately, I think for Carey's, it didn't. It missed.
I think he had to get the skates on there, didn't he?
Here we go. There was a moment's hesitation from the Carey's. There goes the throw. Oof.
It's a clever bit of thinking, actually, throwing to the non-striker's end, because he was slow on the turn, or not slow on the turn, but slow setting off for a second.
Bumped up and just made it difficult for the fielder. Retrieved in the end by Broad. Just bumped up and kicked up past the wrist. $208 for 6. On to come 55th. $208 for 6. So what have we got? 13 overs, 14 including this until tea. Nice little tickle just for the single. Run rate remains high for Middlesex, but nearly 3.8. Northamptonshire had struggled along at 2.2 at times. Try a catch it to mid-wicket. Steered by De Carey's. Let's have another look. just the single sweeper out in the deep end of the 56. 210 for 6. Deficit down to single digits, or a single digit. Single digits, a single digit.
A single digit, yes. Yeah, some sort of semantics, isn't it? Single digits. Single digits would be 45, would be single digits, wouldn't it? 2 single digits, yeah.
$210 for 6. They need it. Another breakthrough or two here, really, Northamptonshire quite quickly. I think it puts into perspective the bowling performance of Middlesex yesterday. Northamptonshire winning the toss, looking to boss proceedings from the off. It may well be that batting has been better, or surface is better for batting on the second day. I think we've seen a little bit more up and down bounce today, but perhaps not as much sideways movement, of which there wasn't a great deal anyway yesterday. I put it to Tom Helm in the overnight interview last night that I thought as a unit was it perhaps the best they'd bowled. That, you know, they were tight, all of them, and indeed Helm himself looked as though he had great rhythm.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what you have to be. You have to be consistent. You can't give anything away. It's a very old-fashioned way of playing, but it's effective on pitch like this. And I think, actually, they by and large they batted pretty well because you know, they've had to be resourceful. Had to find ways of countering the conditions they've been given.
Hard at that and in the air. Deep third won't get around. Really threw the bat at its carries. He moves to double figures as he moves to 10. 214 for 6.
It's a strange psychological thing too. Once they get these extra, 5 runs or 6 runs or whatever, they need to, for parity, suddenly everything becomes a little bit easier. It becomes, you know, these are all bonus runs now. These are us getting a lead. These are runs that they've got to get. You can see them building a reasonably healthy lead, can't you, on the back of having got in that position.
Again, considering one of those 6 was bound by the night watchman. And a lot will depend now on Eskenazi as well, what condition that finger is in.
Kept his eye well on that.
Aircraft, oh blimey. Where's one of the cameramen able to do that? That must be RAF Northolt. Is that the right direction? That's Northolt's behind us. Where's that descending into? Can you just, there it goes, right at the top of the screen. Military craft. certainly would have woken anybody up at the ground that dozed off this afternoon. Now, could be trouble here. He's backed up to him and he's gone. Scary's out for 10, 2:15 for 7. Keogh picks up a fellow off spinner. Back to right up to it, onto the stumps. Disappointment, 28 balls.
The only thing about that might be height, but gave a rueful look there, but I think he gone further over maybe than he thought he was. That's out, isn't it? That's out. Sit him on the roll in front of middle. You've got to go. You've got to go, Josh. It's not gonna come back to you.
Yeah, he's misjudged his lines there, hasn't he? Because he was pretty plumb, and he'll go back and have a look at it and realise where he was. So Stephen Eskenazi comes out to bat at 9. A precaution, we are told, that he drops down to number 9 in the order after that figure really was bleeding as he headed off yesterday, taking a catch. Higgins on 35. Middlesex still trail by 4. Certainly imagine they'd be wanting something like a 50-run advantage at the end of the first innings. Could be well advanced this game tonight. It's still 43.4 overs to go on day 2. They're lively in the field. Catch it. Yeah. Straight to the floor. Comes to the pitch of it. Oh, and gets it through as well. That's a typical Eskenazi shot, that. Finds an angle, finds a way to manoeuvre it, finds a boundary to get off the mark. Shuffle to the pitch. Just wristily rolls over the top of it. Scores level. Middlesex 3 wickets standing, but Eskenazi and Higgins together at the crease.
We've got to start thinking about the bonus point now, of course, haven't they?
31 runs for the first batting point, 2 bowling points in the bag for Northamptonshire. Be only a second batting point of the season for Middlesex. .22 overs to the second new ball as well. I mean, this innings really could go anywhere from here, couldn't it? Especially because Roland Jones and Helm are still the 2 to come. 2 very capable batters. Played it, so that kept a little low. Good again from Higgins. Good positive. I think the word you use, proactive cricket.
Yeah, I think this, sometimes it's easy to confuse positivity with proactivity. You can try and put the pressure back on the bowler by using his feet. Just brings the single, but it keeps the ball ticking over. Middlesex in the lead.
.220 for 7.
Poked up in the field out there, haven't there? A lot of noise coming out. Clapping and stuff.
They'll know this is their moment, won't they? 20 overs that second new ball. If this next little passage now, we've got 10 overs till tea. Middlesex can get in at tea, 7 down. They've got a decent little lead already. Come out this evening and cash in further before the second new ball comes around. Can't really afford to wait at the moment themselves, Northamptonshire. Pick up Eskenazi and they could have this done very quickly. Equally, these two hang around for a while. Powerful Roland Jones to come, and Helm capable as well. That lead really could go anywhere, so a crucial little point in the match this. Northampton should come out for their second innings trailing by 50 runs. You can imagine the noise in the field for Middlesex. Single 20 over. 2-2-1 for 7. It's generally a low-scoring affair, isn't it? I'd say low-scoring, but on the lower side, Merchant Taylors School. Leader 2. 17 wickets down.
Just remember that remarkable innings from Ed Pollock here. That was just an amazing innings, wasn't it?
Rode his luck a little, didn't he?
Absolutely, needed to, but it was a remarkable innings, and I don't recall the pitch being like this particularly. Was it up and down?
A little bit, yeah. It was Somerset here a few years ago. They'd come away and were particularly complimentary of the surface after a defeat, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit rich coming from Somerset at the time, wasn't it?
Outside the line of off.
Quite a way forward too. See, Don Besser's gone back there now full time.
Has he really? I didn't realise.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Where he started off, been around the block a bit, hasn't he?
Surprised he left, really. Spat a little on Eskenazi. Played it very late and deep within the crease, so it gave him the chance to bounce that little more.
Well, it was kind of the days when Somerset produced ragging turners, didn't they, for him and Jack Leach.
I mean, I really just enjoy that of everything for the Kookaburras. Pros and cons, and I think there's a few more cons for sure. But I have to say, I enjoyed the spin down at the Aegeus, watching a contest against spin. Are those noise cancellers in the background, or is he tuned into ourselves? Was it blocking out everybody else in the grounds?
I didn't see any of the Hampshire game, to be honest, but I got the impression that they took a view on what sort of pitch to prepare.
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was quite, the first morning when you're kind of staying down at the Aegeus Bowl, you wander out to the Midland. What's it like? Dry. Very dry. A great surprise, really. Kookaburra Ball, must-win match for Hampshire. They'd have looked at it and thought, come on, we want to win the game. How are we going to win it? It's Kookaburra Ball. We don't know what it's going to be like. Even for Abbott and Abbas and Barker and Fuller. Couple hit for Higgins. He's to 38, 2-2-3 for 7. But the variable that they could really control with the Kookaburra is the spin and the pitch.
Yeah, I mean they backed a experienced spin bowler against Luke and Josh, didn't they? Effectively.
Never know if that Gubbins catch had been held on 61 off Holman. Thinking too, should just be a single out to deep square. Likewise the toss, but I do think overall on the toss, really, they did have a vastly experienced spinner versus two young inexperienced spinners.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference, and had the circumstances been different, and Maharaj had been playing for Middlesex, for example,
might not have been as dry.
It wouldn't have been quite so dry. Yeah,
I think even Felix Organ combined had more experience than De Carey's and Holman.
Yeah.
And they had the luxury of resting Mason Crane. I think it was Fuller that played ahead of him. And then barely bowled himself, Fuller. From side on, actually, White has a little bit the walk, hangdog approach of Fuller going back to the top of his mark. Looks exhausted.
Might be a bit of Rojo, actually.
Yeah, there's a slouch about it, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of open plod. Some bowlers have that kind of world-weary gait, don't they, going back?
Well, as soon as Roland Jones appeared on the scene, the first thing he thought was Gus. It was a trudge back to the top of his mark.
Private Eye magazine, they occasionally have a column called Hack Watch, in which they take a particular journalist and they take all the stuff they've written about this stuff. And I got hack watched once to do with Matthew Hoggard. The number of times I'd refer to him as a flaxen-haired son of the soil ploughman plodding his weary, that sort of stuff, kept reappearing. Haystack-haired, flaxen-haired son of the soil Matthew Hoggard plodding his ploughman's way back, all very Thomas Hardy, wasn't it?
Ian Hislop got a mention of cricket on Have I Got News For You on evening, didn't he? Did you see that one when the cricket ball thumped into the window in front of Ed Bevan? You'd have toured with Ed Bevan many a times over the years. BBC Radio Wales. I think it was at Taunton. He was commentating. All the balls coming up to us. Crash bang wallop. And can't remember who it was sat next to him. It was Steve James bursting out laughing. Ed picks himself up, quite shaken actually. And then Ian Hislop had it played out on Have I Got News For You. A little bit of rain in the air again here. 40 overs remaining today, so 8 overs, 30 minutes till tea. Again, if we have an interruption, you'd expect tea. Here's Keogh. 2-2-4 for 7. Apologies to Ed Bevan for that horrific impression of him as well. Nice reverse sweep for a single for Higgins. Moves to 40. 2-2-5 for 7. Remember having a game of, speaking of rain, I remember having a game of snooker with Ed Bevan at Colwyn Bay. A heavily rain-affected match between Glamorgan and Middlesex many years ago. What did he call me at the end?
Well, the hustler.
The hustler. There's no money involved, I should add.
One of the great stalwarts of county cricket, Edward Bevan.
Ed on tour must have been fun. I'd have enjoyed seeing that, I have to say.
Do you know, I'd be hard pushed to remember him on tour.
Because he used to do the Welsh service, the Welsh language service. So he'd come along and it'd be, from what I could tell anyway, he'd be around the 5 Live and TMS box, and then he'd do his updates for BBC Radio Wales for the Welsh language service.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing him. He must have been at some stage, but I don't. Because back then, also, you know, way back, you used to get like a sort of stringer who would do updates for umpteen services and just put a different. Dominic Allen used to be one. So New Zealand, this is Dominic Allen for IRN. This is Dominic Allen for Radio Hauraki News. This is Dominic Allen. You know, just have the same end for the same report. As I'm teaching me grandmother suck eggs here, aren't I? But you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. If the roof of our tent's anything to go by, the rain's just coming down a little bit heavier at the moment, but as you'll see the people in the background there, it's only a light mist for a rain, just trying to look for a few darker spots. Yeah, it's not really.
It's only Brolly's up anyway. That was a sign, isn't it?
Always sounds a little bit worse when it's tapping on a tent roof like this, doesn't it? We haven't done actually, because I've been engrossed with this one, is have a look at the scores elsewhere today. I was just about to say, it has been the kind of game where you can't take an eye off a delivery, and that's why.
He's the one bowler on the Northampton side who's got that carry though, hasn't he? Yeah, this is an old ball and it's really carrying through, you know, shoulder high at that.
A long way down to that. Higgins thinks about the leg by, no run. Back they go. Oh, it's heard him. He skips away, Higgins. There he is, just settles himself down again. 2-2-5 for 7. Warwickshire 433 for 6 against Kent, who trounced last up. Who trounced last up Northamptonshire, didn't they, by an innings? Yates has 183, still going. Maxwell's just gone for 81. Glenn Maxwell, 81 from 67 deliveries. 10 fours and 2 sixes. Nice looking drive or stops in the covers by Broad. Thank you, Margaret Newson. He says the plane was a Boeing C-17 US Air Force.
Heading where? Well, this is going to one of the...
President Biden is in the country, isn't he? So.
Yeah, but well, no, he doesn't travel in one of those, does he?
No.
Maybe it's just going over the Mildenhall that way.
Sharp single. To end the over, 2-6 for 7. 41 now for Higgins, who keeps the strike.
Lowest I ever saw an aircraft come over the ground is an Antigua, and anybody who knows the old recreation ground Antigua will remember that the flight path into VC Bird International Airport was just, well, I can't say it was north, south, east or west of the, but about maybe half a mile away from the ground. So the planes were coming very low past there. And this one particular day England were batting. I think Robin Smith was batting, and the pilot of this BA 747 decided he wasn't going to go the normal flight. I think we buzzed the ground, and he came over.
Oh, use of the feet. It was pads that saved Higgins as it trickles.
At landing height, pretty much straight over the top of the ground. I mean, bloody hell, it made a noise, and I think he came very close to losing his job actually. Became a very, very good friend of Agnew. Jonathan Agnew. Yeah, he did. I think it might have been Agnew's best man.
Single for Higgins onto 42.
It's a BA pilot. BA pilot.
Oh, BA pilot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's BA 747.
Blimey. I thought you meant it was going to be perhaps a lighter aircraft.
No,
I realised it was one of the big ones.
747, yeah.
I suppose.
You were at the point that stage of the wheels, so that's our motion.
Nicely flighted. I suppose thinking back to Uxbridge, there's quite a few aircraft that used to fly over the head there and get quite noisy, but much smaller aircraft, obviously, to Northolt. Radlett has a few of the biplanes and the like that go over. Pretty big. Actually, used to have a couple of the military ones that go over Uxbridge that were quite noisy, a bit like this one that's just gone over, especially if they were the jets.
Kind of from Northolt. Yeah.
Surrey, of course, have a few for City Airport, don't they? They can go one or two ways. They either veer over the top to City, or continue along over the top of the Mickey Stewart Pavilion to Heathrow.
I remember, yeah. I think the angriest I've ever seen anybody not able to get on the ground was the 2007 World Cup in Antigua again, the new Viv Richards Stadium, where they wouldn't let Viv Richards into his own ground because he didn't have his accreditation. No, Viv, he just smiled and said, "Oh well, life's life." Oh, yeah. Oh dear.
Sure, something similar happened recently, didn't it? Would it be the Alex Stewart Gate at the Oval in a Test match or something? Sure, there was something similar which I heard the last couple of years. Perhaps on the pads, big appeal, but felt. I was actually watching it live rather than watching the TV on that one, so not watching the line, watching it side on, but felt as though it must be leg side.
It's the old story, isn't it, about Sebastian Coe going to Lords that time, where he turned up with the guest ticket at the Grace Gates and listen, you've got to go round to the North Gate. But I'm Sebastian Coe. Well, it won't take you long to run round the round to the North Gate, then, will it?
Lovely shot through the covers. Couple for Eskenazi, moves into 8. And it's something we haven't seen much of in this match. Down the ground, through the covers. Even Eskenazi there, it was a gentle push into the offside. Edged gum, just carried. It's a second slip. Eskenazi shakes his head, gone for 8. Middlesex lead by 11. They've got 2 wickets left, 2:30 for 8. That's a big one though. Roland Jones and Helm to come with Higgins.
It's only his extra pace. I mean, that carry, I think he's put in a good shift him actually. He's really running hard. Deserved that wicket. It's only his second wicket as well. I don't think he's had reward for the effort that's gone in.
Eskenazi just fished it a little, didn't he? Outside the off stump. Yeah, so looking at Taylor this season.
See whether Ryan changed his approach now.
Yeah.
Whether he goes Ben Stokes on the tail, or whether he trusts in the ability of Rojo and Tom Helm indeed.
Usually when there's 8 down, I always think, well, it's over in 2 balls, isn't it? You kind of, 1 wicket goes and then you might not see the strike again, so you need to get on with it. But because it's not Tom Helm coming in at number 11, you kind of fancy Helm would probably able to survive that next ball to at least give Higgins a chance to try and farm the strike.
I think they should definitely. How many have they got now? There's another 20 runs. It's really important that I've always tried to stress to teams, the points you get at the start of the season, the first point of the season is worth the same as the last one you scrabble for. So you should scrabble for every point. If you remember, the reason we needed to get 400 at Worcester was because we blew a bonus point at Leicester when we should have done, and we blew a bonus point at Lords when we lost a wicket in the last to whoever it was in the last over of the 110, didn't we? We gave them a point. So that was 100 runs we wouldn't have needed to get.
Lively in the field again. Roland Jones got a little smile on his face. No, not at all. But maybe for the liveliness of the field. 2 for 47, Taylor. So 5th match of the season for him. 9th wicket. Average just below 40. Ooh, it's nicely pushed back by Roland Jones.
Yeah, I think he's earned better figures than that. I really do. I think he's putting proper shift.
.230 for 8, end of the over. It's brightened up again here at Merchant Taylor's School after a couple of scattered showers. Wind picks up again just to say that, which means there might be another one on the way in. short. Hooked away. Well put away by Higgins. 2 give chase, but 2 give up. 2:32 for 8, and Higgins moves to 44.
Six, in fact. Yeah.
Still, that run rate's up at more than 3.5 and over. Looks for the 50 as he reverse sweeps through the legs of Slip, and 50 it is for Higgins. 6th 50 of the summer in the championship for Higgins. 85 deliveries, outstanding knock. Lead of 19. Middlesex 2:38 for 8. 4 fours. Feels like more.
2 in that over. He's a resourceful cricketer, isn't he? I think he has a game plan. He went out there with a plan how to play. Used his feet well to the seamers.
Just a single. As Broad goes from mid-wicket to collect.
In fact, you say 4 fours.
Yeah, just 4
well,
fours.
He hit 2 of those in. They were his first 2 scoring shots for 4s, weren't they?
Yeah, and then the last 2
the
bring
last
up
2.
50.
So nothing in between.
Yeah. Well, I guess Holden overtook him then, didn't he, in that partnership?
Yeah.
That's how. So 11 runs for that next, or for that first indeed, batting point.
Yeah.
Oh, that turns for Keogh. Big stride. Long way forward and across Roland Jones. Two, 3, 9 for 8. 3 overs to tea. Nudge it to tea. Come back out after, pick up those 11 more runs or whatever's left by that point. Answer at 250. You have to half think about, well, do you go for that second batting point then, the way that these two are capable of scoring? Nice shot just for a single. Sweeper set back at deep point. After tea, well, there's the other thing. After tea, it'll be 11 overs to the second new ball. So if these two walk back out after the interval, having just nudged it past the 250, then you'd imagine open up for 10 overs if they can before that second new ball and go for the next batting point or whatever they can get beyond it. Oh, edged. Would have been a comfortable catch for third slip. Out of reach for second. Roland Jones off the mark with the boundary.
It's an indication of what you might expect from Tom Helm, actually, because he's a tall bloke, isn't he? I mean, Taylor, is a tall lad.
Whipped. by Roland Jones. Such a distinctive shot of his.
Really salt in the wound, though, isn't it? You nick the batter off and just gets past slip there, and then half volley him and beautifully put away.
He's great to watch when the ball goes, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not a number 10 shot, is it, that one? Not really.
Opening batter through the years in the Middlesex Academy, Middlesex ranks. Just the single to Proctor. Skipper to skipper. 2:49 for 8. Middlesex nearly at that first batting point. 10 off the over so far. Of course, were the wickets full, to be delayed.
Obviously.
Batting point for Middlesex. Smashed away by Roland Jones. .252 for 8. Middlesex for the second time this summer reached 250. It has been a disappointment to them, of course. Two overs to tea. A lead of 33. Again, through the innings, we've said it at stages. They'd probably just take it. I think they'd certainly have taken this, wouldn't they? A couple of wickets left. Higgins on 53. Roland Jones on 11. A lead of 33. Pretty useful. Where can these two take it? Higgins to 54. It'll be interesting what Roland Jones thinks about it. 11 from 8. Does he just sit in for tea? Steered nicely, a gentle single. It's a deep square. And White. Thinking to not now is the reply from Roland Jones. Not now, not ever. Not now, not tomorrow, or the day after. .256 for 8 in the 68th over. Lead of 37, 44 more for another batting point. You start thinking about it already. For exactly that reason, Higgins and Roland Jones at the crease. Oh! Bit of the old school. from Sanderson around the boundary rope, kicking it back in. That's what you expect from an old fast bowler in the West Indies. Ambrose or Wolves trying to kick it back in on the boundary rope. Oh. Top ball to end the over, but another 8 off that. Middlesex 260 for 8, a lead of 41. We alluded to it earlier with Roland Jones and Helm at 10 and 11. There's certainly the possibility that this could still go anywhere, and I don't think Middlesex would be greedy at all thinking about a third batting point here. Sorry, a second batting point. They would be greedy thinking about a third.
It was lovely to go over, wasn't it? Because they just milked it. 4 singles and that boundary.
Roland Jones have strike last over before tea. Again, to say the interesting thing would be, because a wicket now, tea would be extended until the fall of the final wicket or by an extra half an hour. Whether Roland Jones is happy just to sit in for tea, or whether he just plays the ball as he sees it. Sharp. First up from Taylor, bouncer. Short and pulled down to deep backward square. Higgins the top scorer in the match with 59. Roland Jones the support act for his all-rounder, his fellow all-rounder I should say. Incredible innings over the years he's delivered. Probably, I mean, he's a better batter than his record actually. The incredible innings he has delivered. There's probably plenty more runs in him than we've actually seen over the years. I guess the flip side of that though, Sylv, is the amount of effort you put in of a bowler of his quality and ilk. Actually, it's pretty tough to be able to be a genuine all-rounder when you're a bowler of that ability, that effort.
Yeah, I mean, pace bowler who puts that, they're very few and far between, aren't they? The great ones can do it. Great all-rounders.
Callis?
Well, Callis and Beefy and Fred and Imran, Richard Hadley, Gary Sobers.
Anyone quicker than Callis as an all-rounder in those ranks? Just trying to think. Callis would have been quicker than both, wouldn't he?
Well, Procky was quick when he Mike Proctor. Gary Sobers was quick, or could be quick. Imran was quick. They were all pretty quick
well,
actually.
Imran,
Beefy was probably the slowest.
Yeah. On delivery until tea, unless a wicket falls with this delivery. Roland Jones on strike on 14. Higgins 60 from 95 deliveries. Taylor impressing. 29 in December. Stoke-born Taylor. Derbyshire seconds, Leicestershire. Came through the age groups with Staffordshire. Nice clip again from Roland Jones on the drive, but only to mid-on, and that is tea on day 2. Well, I was saying at lunch that really would probably have to judge just how well that morning session went for Middlesex by the afternoon. Again, lead of 43. They'll be pretty happy with their match situation.
Yeah, definitely. They've come through that pretty well. It was a climb to get that lead. It seemed like they were eking it out. Ryan Higgins has played a blinder here. It's a proper innings of a troubleshooter. He's a bit like Clive, who pops in here just now. Clive Radley used to be, he was a bloke you could rely on to get you out of trouble, and he's that.
Yep, he's done well. 60 to his name, and that run rate of 3.8 should be fun immediately after tea. I reckon. I fancy that these two will be looking at that 300 and thinking 11 overs to the second
they
ball.
should definitely
Get going.
be looking at that now. Yeah, 38 more to get another point. 38 and 11 overs. It's they haven't really got to go stupid to get that, have they?
Be back in just under 20 minutes. Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Hand, thanks for your company at home on the live stream from here at Merchant Taylors' School. Middlesex at tea, lead by 43 runs to 62 for 8. Well, good evening everybody and welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School. Still 32 overs remaining of the second day, but we're significantly through this match already. 18 wickets down in the game and a lead of 43 for Middlesex, mainly thanks to that man, Ryan Higgins. 60 to his name from 95, Roland Jones 14 from 13. This ball short, pulled away. Single out to deep mid wicket. The fun should begin here after the interval. They're giving the single to Higgins, giving the strike to Roland Jones, but with 10 overs to the second new ball after this, should be some fun times ahead. Okay, orchestrating that field, just bringing mid wicket around a little finer. Oh, that gets way down the leg side, and that'll be frustrating for Northamptonshire. Up the hill, might give a chance of it stopping. Nope, over the rope it goes. 4 byes, 267 for 8. Middlesex lead by 48, and they are, what, 32 runs away. 33 runs away from a second batting point. Inside tickle onto the pads. 14 from 15 for Roland Jones. You'd imagine he and Higgins will be looking to up the tempo here towards 300 rather than wait around for the second new ball. Let's come of the over. 5 off it, 4 being byes. Crucially, of course, for the match, let alone the batting points, so the match, the lead of 48, pretty handy here. .70 bowled, 10 to the second new ball. You're watching the Middlesex live stream. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say Managing Director of Cricket Alan Coleman's alongside me this evening, and 5 sessions in, Middlesex probably be happy that on the balance at the moment, you say 1 all 5 sessions.
Yeah, I'd say so, Kev. I think pretty pleased with where Middlesex are in the position in the game. A lead of 40 or so, 48 as you rightly said a moment ago, on a wicket that does look a tricky proposition, sort of keeping low a little bit, and the Northants bowlers have managed to find a little bit of sideways movement as well. So I think it's going to be a fascinating evening session here. Higgins and Roland Jones looking to extend that lead. New ball coming in 10 overs time. So a really interesting period here. You know, Northants have gone to their sort of lead seamer Sanderson here to bowl down the slope, obviously, but they will have an eye on this new ball as well in 10 overs time.
Ben Sanderson it is, down the hill from the Benham ends, riding this one. Higgins, it's fielded at cover, no run, so deep backward square, long leg, deep third and deep point, 4 back at the moment for Northamptonshire, looking to slow down this charge at the end prior to the second new ball.
Nicely tucked into the leg side there from Higgins. Just used his feet, got down the wicket a little bit to Sanderson. That's one of the tactics Higgins has looked to employ during this innings of 61 now, 62 now. Played very, very nicely and looked to be positive with his footwork down the wicket and almost take the LBW out of the equation. Sanderson gets a lot of wickets that way, bowls an LBW, so really positive to see Ryan Higgins continue his good form this year. That deep square leg's come up that Kev mentioned, the previous ball for Roland Jones, and he's managed to tickle that one through the vacant square leg area for 2 more very welcome runs for Middlesex. Lead now up to 51. These are all vital runs, aren't they, in this Middlesex first innings?
Well, they are. I mean, they'd have taken this throughout. So I was saying to self, at each major juncture through this innings so far, I think probably would have taken that. They're offered it at the start. Certainly Higgins is 62. It's pushed things along nicely in the latter stages of the innings. Nice to have a bit of championship cricket back, isn't it?
It's lovely, and always good to be back at Merchant Taylors as well. Incredibly well looked after here. Great setup. Richard Ayling, Scott Patterson and the ground staff do a wonderful job. Ground looks fantastic, even though it is a bit breezy out there now. I think a nice sunshine over on the other side where the barbecue is, and it's lovely to be watching some very good 4-day cricket.
Ball to come of the over, then 9 to the second new ball. Is that a fair reading? Second new ball available at the side. Thinks probably get on with it now rather than wait for the new ball.
Yeah, the chat in the changing room was almost there. Well, if Northants are focused on the new ball, they might almost sit in for 10 overs here, and if Middlesex can pick up 25 or 30 runs, they could actually be crucial in the game moving forward.
Oh, that wraps on the pad. They think they've got him, they have. Didn't even turn to ask the question. Sanderson plays around a straight one. Roland Jones gone for 16, 270 for 9. That will certainly advance things now for Higgins at the other end.
It will, as we just wait for this replay, but from our angle here, we're at deep extra cover. It looked very, very out. Roland Jones looking to play that pretty straight ball into the leg side. Yeah, just nip back, hit him in the middle of the pad, probably going on to hit the middle of middle stump, and quite an easy decision for Tom Lungley, the former Derbyshire seamer, who's standing at the Benham end. And just to prove that it's out, we got the other angle there as well. Yeah, pretty straightforward decision that. No, again, another fascinating twist on this game here. Helm coming out as number 11 for Middlesex, after Bamber was obviously promoted up the order to as Nighthawk, as they now call it in modern cricket terms. And this will be a really interesting period for Higgins here. How aggressive is he? Does he look to push Middlesex onto that 300 and that second batting point, which I suspect might get another ironic cheer should Middlesex get there?
So how does Higgins go about it? Long off and long on back. Deep points. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. It's just one mid-wicket, isn't it? Straight mid-wicket there.
There is a deep mid-wicket though
there
as well.
is as well.
I think just assume they're all deep unless we tell you otherwise.
There's a tickle to long leg. Higgins on to 63. Helm's a good bat. I mean, this is what I'm saying as well. The 10 and 11, this is unusual.
It is. Yeah, Helm traditionally would be coming in at least one place higher here. He's good enough to bat at 9, possibly 8 on a good day, and he's been in pretty decent form as well of late. So, very orthodox player for a number 11. We're not going to see the Murta style of number 11 play here. I think this will be pretty traditional from Tom Helm. He's a very, very handy batter, and Middlesex hoping for some more valuable runs.
Single squirted away by Helm, and that's what he's very capable of doing, isn't he? Very, very capable of doing. Tom Helm won't be lost on him as well. I doubt he'll be reckless at this point.
Another single there from Higgins into square leg. I think a really interesting dilemma here for Northants. Every run vital for Middlesex, but obviously they want to bowl at Helm as much as they can as well. But if they keep giving Higgins a single every ball and Helm can manage a way to get the strike back to him, that's 3 or 4 runs and over Middlesex could pick up quite easily.
This ball's clipped away out to deep mid wicket. End of the over. 2-7, 4 for 9, end of the 72nd. Thought the bowling performance was excellent yesterday. Thought it was a consistent performance by the pack.
Just incredibly disciplined, wasn't it? For that period of time to go at sort of 2.5 and over. Just you never felt that Northants got away with the score in terms of, you always looked at it and that old adage of you had 2 wickets on, Middlesex would be right in the driving seat, and that's exactly what happened in those periods. Managed to pick up some regular wickets during the innings, and as Northants never really got away with the scoring rate, it did mean that Middlesex always just stayed on top. Very disciplined performance from the 4-seamers and the spinner. I thought Higgins was probably the best we've seen this year from him, actually, I would say, but a very good performance. Clipped away from Helm there, down to the wide fine leg for 2 runs. There's another cheer from the Middlesex faithful in the stand opposite. But a huge difference in that run rate. You can see on the bottom left of the screen there, 3.82 Middlesex. Not quite Bazball, not quite England style, but I've certainly been able to be more positive with the bat than Northants were yesterday. Outside edge there from Helm, just evaded second slip. Looked like it wouldn't have reached on the catch anyway. Emilio Gay there just diving to his right, and that's run down to third man. Another handy single for Middlesex. Yeah, it just fell short there. Would have been safely picked up by third slip, but Northants operating with 2 at the moment. We saw that a little bit yesterday from Middlesex as well. Lots of outside edges that didn't necessarily carry to the slips. But nice soft hands for there from Tom Helm. 1 more to the Middlesex total.
Nice little shuffle to meet the ball. So 7 overs after this. The run rate, so the other significant factor, the run rate, 3.8 Middlesex in this innings, 2.2 for the most part, Northamptonshire. Born out of that control that we talked about, consistency. Helm in particular. So he had a really good rhythm.
It suits him bowling down this hill, doesn't it? Lovely rhythmical bowler. When he's going well, Tom Helm looks effortless, doesn't it? Little player miss from Higgins there, just to finish the over. 277 for 9, Middlesex. What's your take, Kev? What do you think a good lead here is for Middlesex?
59. Another run will do it. Well, 23 more runs for that batting point, I think. I mean, Mike Selby's been at pains to point out, you know, every run, every point counts, doesn't it? Whether it's start of the season, middle of the season, end of the season. So, being this close, I think they dearly love to get past that 300. A little bit of a, not psychological really, is it, for the dressing room point of view, but overall, only having reached 250 once this season, this is a good score on a tricky surface against the Division 1 team who are scrapping hard. Stop ball.
I'm just seeing in the background there, current president Mark Ramprakash, coffee in hand. Mike Selvey just on the left of him, on our left as we look, coffee in hand as well. Wonder which one of the presidents bought that.
President's discount. Oh, he's gone. That's it, done. 277 for 9. 277 all out. Lead of 58. I thought 59 would be a good lead. Higgins 64. Helm 5. And there are, 25 overs remaining today with the change of innings. So won't be a second batting point. Higgins with a red inker, but Middlesex with the chance tonight to do some damage. Take a short break for 10 minutes. Alan Coleman, thanks very much for your help. Don't know whether the president will be back, or the former president, I should say, with his coffee. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick break, have a cup of tea, be back for the final 25 overs of day 2, which should prove a pretty feisty spell.
But like you said, hey, we'll definitely give it a go. Like, as in we went round properly as well when we thought it was right. So it just depends on the field.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylor School. Play about to get underway in the evening session, and it should be, or what's left of the evening session, I should say, it should be a pretty interesting evening session to come. 25 overs remaining, and a lead of 58 for Middlesex, 277 all out. batting point achieved, but in the match context, a substantial lead, considering it's a relatively low scoring game and one that doesn't generally increase as the game wears on. We saw probably a little bit more of the indifferent bounce today, I'd have thought, than we did yesterday indeed, and I'm sure Middlesex will hope that continues through this third innings.
Yeah, most certainly. I think you're right there, Kev. The scores generally as you go through the innings here, traditionally they do get lower, as does the bounce of the wicket, gets lower. And Middlesex, Toby Rowland-Jones here leading the way with the new ball, will be looking to exploit that. I think Middlesex, you were talking earlier on just how disciplined they were in the first innings. I think again that's the order of the day here. Bowl as many balls as we can that are going to hit the stumps and challenge the front pad and let the pitch do the rest of the work. But a very challenging opening pair here from Northampton's perspective. Vasconcelos, a fantastic player with a great record. Gay, a very talented young man who's had a pretty good start to his professional career. So plenty of quality in the Northants batting lineup here that can put some pressure on Middlesex's bowlers.
So Vasconcelos, 3 slips. He saw runs in the first innings. Decent little opening partnership between these two after Northamptonshire won the toss. They need a pretty substantial opening partnership here. Grey skies overhead at the moment. Little patch of blue in the distance behind Rowland-Jones at the lake end. Away to the left of the screen there. Just peek a little bit over that tree lining perhaps.
Yeah, I think we've looked at about 6 different weather forecasts, I think, and everyone says slightly different. So I think the meteorologists are guessing, I think, today. I don't think they know what's going to happen.
Just like cricket commentators. Nice on a length there from Rowland-Jones. That's where I want to hang. Thought he looked better from the Benham end in the first innings, and Helm did say overnight in his interview that he thanked the skipper for sending him down the hill and not up the hill yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a topic of discussion this morning around the taller bowlers bowling up the slope here and whether the ball going slightly more into the surface might create that up and down bounce that we've been talking a lot about. So Rowland-Jones from this end is he's a pretty decent bowler from either end, really, isn't he? Let's be honest. But I think he could pose a major threat if he gets his length right.
Nice shots. Didn't quite get the chance to tee off and open up though with the bat. Rowland-Jones should be keen to do so with the ball here.
It will be, and it'd be no surprise to the Middlesex supporters watching on the live stream here that Middlesex are -1 on the over rate, so that's something else to just bear in mind as we go through this period.
Ooh, nice leave. Well, on that front, into Carey's we trust. Got a wicket just before lunch yesterday, didn't he? Poor Luke Holman. It's a tough on him. He's been ever present nearly for Middlesex for a couple of seasons now. Very promising young player. But it carries with the 7 for down at the Aegeus. Ended the opening over 0-0. As I've been saying in Holman's defence, to be fair, De Caris came into the attack a lot earlier with a much newer ball than Holman ever had the chance to bowl with at the Aegeus. So I felt for him slightly down there, and again, had the catch have been held of Gubbins on 61 off Holman, it could have been a wholly different game.
Yeah, it could have been. It's something, talking to Ian Salisbury, who's one of the consultant coaches working with Middlesex this year, talks about the benefits of getting the spinner on with the harder ball. So often in English cricket we wait for so long to bowl a spinner that the ball is soft by the time they get it, and almost reduces the amount of bounce that they can get out the surface. And actually Josh De Cair's getting into the attack early at Hampshire, and I guess relatively early. It was 30 overs old when he started his spell here just before lunch yesterday. So I think there is huge benefit in getting the spinner on with the new ball, and I think I'm a fan of just having a look at all of your bowlers as early as you can and working out who's going to be effective on that day.
Helm onto the legs first up, and there's the first runs. Or just a run, I should say, down to Peter Milan. It's a lovely shot. Punched away in front of the backward point, and there's the first boundary.
We spoke of Vasconcelos' quality, and here he is showing it, just up on his toes. Lovely back foot punch just from outside off stump to the left hand of Max Holden, who's standing at point for Middlesex. He's just behind square, and that's run away pretty square, and then just drifted down the slope for 4. Very well controlled shot to get Northanton's boundary count underway.
Oh, goodness me. That is glorious from Helm. Good follow-up, good response from him.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Pace, bounce. Just took the ball away from the left-handed Vasconcelos there. Great carry through to John Simpson, wearing the gloves for Middlesex. He's caught it above shoulder height, always a good indication. Middlesex members and supporters hoping for a bit more of that from Tom Helm.
Thought it was interesting as well. Okay, he's not the tallest, but he's taller than Vasconcelos, isn't he? So as, the two left-handers, Helm lining up with the length to the pair of them. Quite interesting in the first innings watching the partnership develop. Middlesex working out plans against them, working out lines and lengths. Just have to go that little bit fuller to gain, that little bit shorter to... I've got it the wrong way around, you know what I mean. That fraction fuller to Vasconcelos, who will happily play from within the crease if he can.
Yeah, definitely, and I think getting that balance to both batters of the length that you need to bowl to the different heights, and also the length that you need to bowl to extract the most movement out of this new Kookaburra ball and this Merchant Taylor surface is key here. Helm traditionally will bowl the ball a touch shorter than Roland Jones, you would say. His natural length is a little bit shorter, so Helm will be looking to push this up the wicket to Vasconcelos.
Chase for Stoneman. Slightly up the hill here, isn't it? Well, mostly up the hill. That's a good throw. Could be trouble here. Good throw. Good running. Vasconcelos quickly there. On to 7, 8 without loss. Trail by 50, 2 overs done. It's confirmation. Eskenazi off the field. Robbie White on. What did he do to the finger? Was it the nail?
Yeah, just a little bit of bruising in and around the top joint of his finger. So he just sort of trapped
There's a lot of blood, wasn't there?
A little bit of blood, yeah, just split the skin behind the nail. So precautionary, really. Don't think there's any long-term damage.
Split the skin behind the nail? Sounds like a torture. It's a torture technique, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, the bit of skin that sits behind your fingernail. He's got a split in there.
I'm thinking underneath it. I was like,
no, not underneath
right,
it.
yeah.
No,
behind.
behind. Unless you bite your nails like I do, and then you don't have any. But just interesting there. Middlesex employing a third man here. You see a lot of runs conceded through third man. I think that just shows the attitude of Middlesex here, trying to keep a lid on this score. So often you would see that last ball go for 4 runs, but Ethan Bamber positioned down at third man for Roland Jones here. Middlesex trying to keep it as tight as they can.
Plenty of chatter in the field, you can well imagine. Middlesex will know a good 22 overs tonight, and crucially this is the period we talk about with this Kookaburra ball, the first 20 overs, so tonight in that sense so important.
It is. I had a look at the first ball that Middlesex used yesterday, the 80 overall ball. It actually held up pretty well, to be honest. Managed to keep a decent shine on the ball, which sometimes is a concern with a Kookaburra.
Single to long leg. Was it the more abrasive surface, do you think? The Aegeus Bowl, very dry surface. All of a sudden that ball went dry. What really intrigued me was they said that it went soft. Sorry, not went dry. It went soft after 15, 20 overs. And I said, well, what was it like after 70 overs then? They said, well, exactly the same as it was after 20. Basically hit a mark at 20, stayed that way all the way through, which was a mark that wasn't much use at all.
Yeah, it was a very dry surface down at the Aegeus Bowl, in part due to the Arctic Monkeys concert.
Is that the code name of preparing a pitch for Liam Dawson?
Well, apparently, I don't know the exact tour dates of the Arctic Monkeys, but they were on tour at the Aegeus Bowl, and that did stop the groundsman getting as much water into the ground as he would like to. That was 2 weeks before. Steve Fletcher there tells us, must be a big Arctic Monkeys fan.
Oh, Roland Jones in on the act now. Lovely line and length towards small. Interesting that they're right arm over here to the left-hander. That's glorious. Pitch is on the stumps, just over the top of off.
I think that's a very interesting point, Kev, actually, in that in a wicket that is going up and down to two left-handers, to be round the wicket, where you can pretty much guarantee that every ball you bowl is going to threaten the stumps. You see here, Roland Jones and Helm have both gone across the left-handers here, but I don't think it'll be long before one of them at least looks to come round the wicket. I would say that Bamber's probably Middlesex's most effective bowler from round the wicket, so that's another option that Toby Roland Jones, the Middlesex captain, has here if he does want to use that as a tactic. I didn't want a tea that looks like that, Kev, no. Kev's just made a cup of tea and it looks like he's waved the tea bag somewhere near it and he's just got a cup of hot water and milk here.
It's getting there, give it time. Like a good innings, take some construction, let it brew for a little bit.
I'd have definitely left the tea bag in there longer before adding the milk, I think.
I can't do a builder's tea, not at 5:05 of an evening. Be awake all night. Need my beauty sleep. Edge taken at third slip. Is it? No, it's got through. Takeri's rolling to his left. He's heard his finger out and he's going straight off. Stern look from Helm to Roland Jones, the skipper. Disappointed that one shelled.
Yeah, we're talking about the right arm seamer taking the ball across the left-hander, and that's a pretty regulation slip chance that should have been taken there. Perhaps, I mean, you are, as a slip cordon here, you are sitting lower. You are downhill, so De Keers is downhill there, but he looks like he should have taken that. Kev's rightly said he looks like he was quite upright quite early there and then had to go down towards the ball. But is that a chance that Middlesex could rue dropping?
It almost looks as though he starts high in comparison to the others. Who's going into third slip now? Ryan Higgins.
And Nathan Fernandez on down at third man, replacing Josh De Keers. So two subfielders out there for Middlesex now. I do think Middlesex, across this course of the season, for those that followed a lot of the four-day cricket, drop catches have really been a theme that have run through a lot of the games. You think right back to the very start, and Duckett, Lawrence in the first game at Lords, Duckett in the Northants game.
Oh, that keeps low.
Sorry, Duckett in the Nottinghamshire game, that chance on Nort. Went on to get 170. Bartlett was dropped and he went on to get 100 for Somerset.
Dropped twice, wasn't he? I think we were going through that with Selv this morning when we were talking about the fact that here comes another at the military. Sounds like a helicopter this time. Chinook. Is it double bladed, that one? See overhead in a moment. Knocks out wide of Roland Jones. Oh, that's a good throw. Right above the stumps.
It was, just looking there though. Lucky that Bamber managed to get a hand on that, because there wasn't anyone backing it up. Max Holden, the only other fielder really on the offside in the ring there, and he was struggling to get round. So lucky Bamber got a hand on that. Big thick inside edge there. 2 more runs for the Northants total.
Couple taken for Vasconcelos, moves to 12, 15 without loss. Helicopter it was that just passed over, and the route to Chequers apparently over the top of Merchant Taylor School. $15 without loss. Here, Helm's got a stern look on his face after that catch put down.
Yeah, just pretty quiet out there for Middlesex at the moment. That sort of early enthusiasm seems that drop catch has sort of knocked the stuffing out of them a little bit. Be hoping here for a bit of Toby Roland Jones magic, as Middlesex members and supporters are used to seeing, just to get this bowling inning started for the home side.
Just got the chat going there, haven't they? It just takes a moment, doesn't it? It just takes a moment to quieten things down, but a moment to pick it up as well. Blake Cullen's just wandered in front of our commentary position. How's he doing at the moment? How's dropped out of the T20 campaign, obviously with injury?
He picked up a hamstring injury in one of those Lords fixtures, didn't he? Interrupted his bowling spell there, didn't quite finish an over. He's coming along very well actually, so he's very nearly back to full fitness. I'm not sure if he's due to play next week in the second team at Teddington. Game starts on Tuesday, obviously the game at Lords starts on the Wednesday, which will be too soon for him. But yeah, he's fit and will certainly be fit for the 50 over cricket coming up.
His pace had been pretty useful on this surface. Bounces a little up and down.
Would have been. He bowled some very quick deliveries in that T20 campaign, didn't he? A big loss. He was Middlesex's most economical bowler during the competition, and obviously missed the played the first third almost of the games, didn't he? And then missed the second third and the final third of the competition, which was a big shame.
Good finish to the campaign for Middlesex. I don't say that lightly, obviously after 10 defeats, but there was some tight games. Couple here at Merchant Taylor School, 12 to chase off the final 2 overs, and they failed against Gloucestershire. And that start, chasing 239 to beat Glamorgan, 150 or so put on by Eskenazi and Cracknell. It was Middlesex's game at that point. A couple of other games as well that probably should have been won. And that without Maharaj, who might have accounted for a couple of wins more. On top of that, it was an unfortunate 10 games, and I do say that genuinely, in that it could and should have gone another way. They weren't getting beaten out of sight, and well done to the team for sticking to it and getting those wins by the end.
Yeah, huge credit to the young group for sticking with it and sticking with the method and the brand of cricket that Richard Johnson and Steve Eskenazi want to play. I think the game here, the one moment sticks in my mind, Miles Hammond fielding out on the boundary here, diving, one-handed stop, saved 4 runs. Middlesex got 2 off that ball, and that was the moment Higgins probably should have won the game for Middlesex from. So
the stops in the covers, no Helm tumbling.
The fine margins of T20 cricket. 3 last ball sort of losses for Middlesex in that campaign, Sussex at Lords being one of the other ones. So yeah, the margins are so fine. And also, I think an interesting point, we did a members forum last night, and an interesting point, you know, the South group traditionally is seen as a little bit stronger than the North group. There's no disrespect to any of the wonderful teams who play in the Northern group, but all 4 teams in the finals day are from the South Group, which shows the strength of the competition that Middlesex faced this year.
It's always been the group of death, Southern Group. All the way back to the T20 Cup. I'd say I was impressed by how the batting has kicked on, because for me, I know it's been talked about a lot over the years that the bowlers win T20 matches, but I did think over the years that the batting often rested on one or two batters in the Middlesex lineup. But this year it looks as though the unit was more capable as a whole. .200 so often looks miles off over the years for Middlesex with the bat, but this year it was regularly reached, but it was just keeping the runs down, and it was the bowling that was the more apparently problematic area.
I think that's exactly right, Kev. The T20 batting this year, almost actually liken it in some ways to this 4-day bowling attack, in that any one of these four seamers plus the spin could be the one who has their day out and gets their wickets. The Middlesex's T20 batting this year was like that. You looked down the order and you thought this could be any one of five here. Clipped away by Gay there through the square leg region down to Peter Milan. Just tidies up there, 2 runs for Northants. Yeah, it was almost looking down that list of batters this year for Middlesex and just thinking it could be Eskenazi, Cracknell, could be Higgins, could be Holden. Holman got a very good 50 off 20 balls against Kent. There were so many of them who you thought could go in and do something special.
I like Jack Davies as well. Davies, sorry, when he came in at the end. I do think that he's a batter of promise.
He is, and showed the bravery of young batters in that game at the Oval, didn't he? Second ball, just down, scoops it for 6. But still lots to work on, you know. Nobody in the Middlesex camp is happy with 3 wins. You know, I think you need to win 8 games of your group to pretty much ensure you qualify. Maybe 9 to get a home quarter final. That's got to be the target in the next couple of years. Who's your pick? Who's your pick for the T20 out of the 4 sides in finals day?
Can I be honest and say I stopped thinking about T20 a long time ago?
So it's so it's Surrey, Essex, Somerset, Hampshire, from what you saw this year.
Well, I mean, Surrey, they just have so many options, so many star names, don't they? Then Somerset, of course, are able to rest at an international and bring in another one when they face Middlesex. Isn't it Matt Henry rotated out? But Essex, Harmer, they've got depth as well, haven't they? I'm not quite sure. I don't know, if Surrey hit their potential, you can't beat Surrey, I don't think.
Although I did just ask you who's going to win, you've named 3 of the teams.
Surrey. On the Middlesex stream I was... Yeah.
Middlesex supporters racing to Betfair now to put money on Hampshire as the only team that you haven't mentioned. Other betting websites are available.
We're not
obviously
on the BBC now, Colin. We're fine. Crunched hard in front of point. They've taken 2. was a little uppish for a moment, wasn't it? We were talking about this a lot. Talking about the bounce being inconsistent, but the pace as well. You see that many drives down the ground in this game.
Yeah, nice off drive there from Vasconcelos. Almost looked like he took one of his hands off the bat there. That sometimes suggests just a, there we go, just a lack of slight control there, but was able to, because his weight's forward there and he's sort of bent into the ball, he's able to control that back down the ground. Lovely shot, 4 more for Northants. I think the game here for Middlesex, Northants now trail by 34, is how many wickets you can get Northants down by the time they reach your score. But a very decent start here, going 4 and over, which is polar opposite to what we saw from the Northants batters yesterday. Still plenty of signs in there for Middlesex and this seam attack that there's plenty in this wicket if they can find the right line and length. Still surprised we haven't seen anyone round the wicket yet, as you mentioned a couple of overs ago, Kev, just to threaten those stumps even more.
End of the over hit, 24 without loss after 7, so 18 to go today. Aaron Jones 4 at the Lake End. Does he change himself to the Benham end to run down that hill, where he's just throwing the ball to Tom Helm? Helm now around the wicket to Emilio Gay.
Drop catch at third slip does seem like quite a long time ago, actually, doesn't it now? Quite a big chance there, and Middlesex haven't actually created many chances since that. I can only remember one play and miss after that moment. So Northants playing very, very well here. These 2 left-handed batters. Much more proactive and positive than Northants batters here. Pounced on any bad balls that Middlesex have bowled, and just seen there, Gay just dropped the ball into the offside. Quite a big gap there between Max Holden at backward point and Ethan Bamber at wide mid off. And just a simple drop and run there just to keep the scoreboard ticking.
So a quick look at the scores elsewhere. I mentioned those, the counties in action at the weekend. Warwickshire declared 549 for 7, 378 the lead over Kent. Middlesex we tried to climb above in this round, Kent vanquishing Northamptonshire in the last round of championship games. Lovely shot. Vasconcelos gets that away through the covers. Bamber gives chase with a slide. He'll hold them to 3. Essex, they're playing at Old Trafford today. Let's hope Manchester's getting its rain out of its system before the test rolls into town next week. Essex 275 for 8 against Lancashire. 135 for Wesley, 76 Walter, 24 for Harmer. Of course, it'll be Lawrence's last hurrah for Essex in T20 colours on the finals day before he heads off to Surrey. Rain delay at Taunton. Somerset racked up 500. Now, there was great concern about the Somerset lineup for that side. Somerset have posted 500, having been 41 for 4, 221 from Maroon, 88 Aldridge, 54 Bess, 44 Bashir, unbeaten, number 11.
He really is a fine young cricketer, Roo. One definitely for England supporters, I think, to keep their eye on. I suspect his progression through county cricket could be quite quick if he maintains the trajectory that he's on.
Hampshire 46 for 2 in reply. Weatherly, first baller from Brooks, first ball of the innings, bowled by Brooks. And Middleton caught Mead, bowled Aldridge for 24. They were 39 for 2. They're 46 for 2 now with Gubbins and Vince together. Did you get down to the Aegeus at all in the championship game down there? I can't remember if I saw you or not.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't last long, the game, did it? But a couple of days, just over 3 days, yeah. But it was, as we mentioned earlier on, it was very, very dry.
I was going to say, did you see Gubbins? Former Middlesex man, he'd been through the academy with you over the years.
Yeah. A bit of James Fuller as well, so a little bit of a Middlesex reunion there. Warmly welcomed by the lads. Obviously, a number of them have grown up together. Sorry, got older together. I won't necessarily say grown up in all instances, but yeah, very good to see Nick Gubbins, and nice to see him performing well as well. He's not out at the moment and hoping for another big score here. Bowling change for Middlesex. Higgins into the attack from the lake end.
Oh, I guess that one's pop onto the glove again. Kicks up. It's just more of a surprise, isn't it, really, when Higgins finds that bounce from that end. It's talked about with Mercer at Lords over the years as well. Going up the hill, it just finds that extra bit of climb for him. The nursery end, right arm over. Nottinghamshire 179 for 2 against Surrey, 355 all out. Slater 14, Hamid 67, Young 69 not out now, Clark 15 not out, Abbott and Worrell picking up the wickets. 107 for Clark, 48 Abbott, 30 from JV Overton. Topping things up for Surrey. Division 2, Durham 301 for 4 in reply to Gloucestershire's 316. Rain delay, Glamorgan 0 for 0. Did they actually start that game? Five balls bowls by Chris Wright.
Obviously, Chris Wright off to Sussex at the end of the year, as announced by Leicestershire. Former Middlesex man.
Quite possibly my first summariser at Middlesex all those years ago in 2005. I remember Wright and Compton tussling for the mic one day as subfielders.
Was that because they wanted to spend time with you or not go on the field?
Do you need me to answer that? Well, Compton loves it. He saw a mic and he was all over it. Good old Compo. Oh, he's bowled him! Cracking delivery from Higgins, and in his first over he strikes again. Well, he's Mr. Reliable with bat and ball, Ryan Higgins. Top scored with the bat, and now breakthrough again in the second innings. That's a massive wicket there for Middlesex. Vasconcelos looking very assured.
out in the middle. Higgins round the wicket, as Kev picked up earlier on, threatening the stumps. Higgins is just on the angle, just managed to beat him, actually beat him on the outside edge. Quite rare that. Normally you'd expect that to go inside of Vasconcelos' bat, but massive wicket for Higgins. And what a great day he's having.
Well, he'll be disappointed with that one, won't he? So much of the stumps were on show. He's just played right inside it.
Good bit of passion from Higgins there. Stoneman enjoyed that, standing behind him as well. A great start there again for Middlesex. And hopefully looking to capitalise on this before Northants reach that lead. Still trailed by 30, 28 for 1.
Last ball of his first over in the first innings, picked up Vasconcelos. Last ball of his first over in the second innings, picked up Vasconcelos. 28 for 1. Bamber replaces Helm at the Benham end with the sun out on the second evening. And Northamptonshire a wicket down, still trailing by 30 runs.
Bamber into the attack. Probably, you would say, Middlesex's most threatening bowler so far in 4-day cricket across the season. Picked up 2 wickets in the first innings there again. And I think he will be looking to follow suit here with Higgins. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, and he will be trying to threaten these stumps as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, young Broad in at 3. I thought he was a bit of an LBW candidate in the first innings. They did get him after lunch. Just going out a little bit fuller. Sure, they'll be right at him in the second. Whiteman, Proctor, Keogh is a powerhouse in the middle order, and Zaib as well. Keogh and Zaib at the top of the averages for Northamptonshire this season. McManus coming in all the way down at 8, so there is a lot of bat in there. On the pads now, just outside the line of off for Fancy. Right arm around to the left-hander, who went a long way forward and across.
That round the wicket threat that we've been talking about into play. Second ball from Bamber. Big LBW shout here. Oh, probably just a little bit high, that maybe. Has hit him in line. Not good enough for former Notts batsman Paul Pollard here, standing at the Benham end. But a completely different threat now for Middlesex.
Closer than I thought, that one.
Just looks a different game now, doesn't it? It's an amazing, just a double bowling change. 5 dot balls from Higgins, picks up the wicket on his 6th ball. Bamber, 3 dots. Just turned things a little bit in Middlesex's favour here.
Well, these two bowled with an economy of 2 throughout that first innings, didn't they, Bamber and Higgins? Really impressive from them. Bamber picking up Zaib in the end for 49, McManus LBW 24. Crunched away. A lovely shot in front of point from Gay. Moves to 10, 32 for 1. They trail by 26 now, Northamptonshire.
Just a bit too much width here from Bamber. Quite a wide full delivery there, and the type of ball that as a opening batter I think you're quite happy to face. Just ease the ball through the covers there for 4 runs.
Quick single taken, and 33 for 1 the score. Yeah, Bamber had figures, well, in the end he went at 1.77 his economy, so they brought it down even below 2s. 2 for 33 from 18.4 Bamber. Higgins 2 for 33 from 18. 5 maidens, 4 maidens for Bamber.
This is a long batting lineup, as you mentioned, for Northants, with McManus coming in at 8. Fine player he is. Zaib, a hugely talented young player, left-hander. Keogh has done very, very well for Northants over the years, so Middlesex will be very wary of that.
End of the over. Word from Ethan Bamber, really? enjoyed that one, I'm sure.
And that's a good one from Ethan there. Just a little bit of shape away from the right-handed Broad.
Look at that for a view. Sun's out. Merchant Taylor's looking good. Not such a good view, but popular players at least. Clipped out to deep middle wicket. They'll take two. Nathan Fernandez, the sub fielder, out there.
Nicely timed there from Gay through the mid-wicket region. Fernandez steaming down the hill there. Sub fielder on for Eskenazi. Picks it up cleanly. Still 2 runs to the Northants. Trail by 23.
So another look at those scores. Oh, so I tell you that Higgins also picked up Whiteman in the first innings, caught Eskenazi. That was the catch that saw Eskenazi off the field, indeed. Whiteman gone for 11. Gay was picked up LBW by De Carey's for 24 and Broad LBW Helm for 31 just after lunch. So, rain delay at Taunton now. Oh, we did Division 1, didn't we? Division 2, Glamorgan back on. So it's gone from Cardiff down to Taunton, the rain. Lloyd has gone. Oh, they've waited all that time. 10 for 1 in the third over. Lloyd's gone for 6. Bowled Salisbury.
Another one, David Lloyd, moving at the end of the season to Derbyshire from Glamorgan. So he's family based in North Wales and slightly easier commute, Spile account from North Wales to Derby. I'm not sure of the route, but easier than South Wales, according to his press release. He was obviously part of the pair that took Middlesex apart in the T20 at Sapphire Gardens last year, wasn't he? Him and North East, wasn't it? That phenomenal batting performance from Glamorgan.
Derbyshire 210 for 3 in reply to Sussex's 402 down at Hove. Over with 150 a stand for the partnership between Clark and Haynes. 5 wickets for Scrimshaw for Derbyshire, who have currently guessed on 80 and deploy on 30. Oh, that lifts through to the gloves from Bamber, nicely bowled.
Looks an absolute beauty there from Ethan Bamber. Ethan, he's got a very high release point, so he sort of releases it, if you imagine a clock face, from 12 o'clock. So the ball feels like it's coming at the right-handed batter and then just gets the ball to shape away, and that's what makes him so difficult to line up. A beauty from him there.
Feels like Broad does like to get engaged outside the off stump as well.
You've identified him as an LBW candidate as well, so
I felt so in the first innings. Swing and a miss from Gate.
that's a shot that the Middlesex bowlers and fielders won't mind seeing here. Just offered a touch of width there, gave through the kitchen sink at that. Player missed through to John Simpson. Middlesex trying hard for their second wicket here. Northampton still trailing by 22. And I think that's quite a key milestone in this game. At what point Northampton's reach parity.
Yorkshire 407 all out at Worcestershire. 135 for Bean, 79 for Lyde. They put 177 for the first wicket in 40 overs. Lyde out to the last ball of the 40th. 53 for Hill, 41 for Code down the order. Pfeiffer for Finch.
Been a bit of a merry-go-round of spinners there, isn't it? Don Bess, contracted at Yorkshire, went on loan to Warwickshire, is now on loan at Somerset. Moriarty, the Surrey spinners, up at Yorkshire on loan. So a little bit of a merry-go of young spinners. England obviously back to Moeen Ali for the test matches. Well, now that Jack Leach is injured, so plenty of opportunities out there for the slower bowlers.
A side that both of these counties got a stake in. Sunrisers, 39 needed from 2.5 overs, 4 wickets remaining. Cars there on 16. Suren Kumar on 7. Yeah, DLS reduction. South East Stars put on 290 for 9. So let's push back up the track to mid-off. 112 for Brits. 71 for Chatley, 51 for Stonehouse. Opening stand of 111 inside 23 for South East Stars. Grucock 3 for 51. 1 apiece for Van Niekerk, Suren Kumar and Kopak.
Played some good cricket this year, the Sunrisers. Been close, obviously recorded a couple of wins which have evaded the team for a little while, but have played some good cricket this year. Definitely competing. Looks like they're going to be on the wrong end of this one to the South East Stars, but definitely pushing more teams closer to the line.
Single. Oh, misses.
Nathan Fernandez nearly having his Gary Pratt moment there on a subfielder. Ball just dropped into the mid-on area. Pretty certain if he'd have hit, Gay would have been short there at the wicket-keeper's end. Another half chance for Middlesex. I'm having to talk here as my co-commentator's got tears in his eyes currently.
You're too young to remember Frankie Howard, aren't you?
I was born in 1983. I was born in.
Do you not know Frankie Howard? No. Ooh, misses. Titty ye not. Played Lurkio in Up Pompey. He's away, just fine of point for a single. Sunrise has got 252 on the board, 252 for 6. What do they need? Oh, 6 has just been thumped. Who's got that? Elmira Carr. 30 to win from 8 deliveries. Oh, big couple of balls coming up here. Which game are you watching right now, Coley? The one in front of us. Yeah. Swing and a miss from Carr.
Eyes on both, obviously, but looks like the Sunrise are just going to finish short there. A little bit of drama in the last over here at Merchant Taylors with a very close run out. 20 behind here, Northants. Middlesex desperate for their second wicket. Bamber's found a little bit of movement though, through the air and off the pitch.
Cricket heaven this, isn't it? Balls push back. .26 to win a final over for Sunrisers. Beckenham against the South East Stars side that have a few star names coming back.
It is brilliant though, isn't it? The amount of cricket you can watch. Even if you're not here, you can follow county cricket, the women's competitions. No, Richard Johnson saying his father's sitting in Somerset, Roger, sitting watching the Middlesex stream here. Sends him regular updates on your commentary, Kev, by all accounts. High praise it gets, high praise.
Oh, really? Ooh. Just clip a little something on the way down. Someone behind the stumps asked, how's that? So it's a long way across Media Gate. Oh, I wasn't far from that leg stump.
Not at all far. You see from Gay there, he's just looking to get outside off stump, just a fraction. Try and take the bold out of the equation. But what that does do is obviously bring the LBW into play. So Bamber will be very wary of that and will be hunting that front pad. .2 overs remain today. Solid enough start for Northamptonshire here, Middlesex. Their followers would have been greedy, thinking of a few tonight. Still might be. Now, is that a strangle? It was an early shout of catch-up, but nothing doing. Ethan Bamber very interested there as the bowler. John Simpson and the slip cord and less so. Yeah, just down the leg side there. No real interest from Robbie White at first slip. Sam Robson at second slip for Middlesex. But nice carry from Bamba. Just shows that there's still a little bit in this pitch if you hit the right length. Create a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind with that up and down bounce. .38 for 1, end of the 14th.
2:59 for 7. 2 balls to go at Beckenham. Stars are on their way to victory. Lifting ball, a bit of movement as well for Higgins.
Middlesex did do this in the first innings, actually beat the bat a relatively decent amount in the first session before they then reaped the benefits after lunch yesterday. So Higgins still finding some movement, Bamba finding a little bit of movement as well, keeping the keeper and the slips interested.
Kent 21 for 1. Yeah, he's gone. 5th ball duck after his fine work in the first innings. 38 in a couple of hours trying to hold it together as Kent capitulated at the top. 50 from Stewart down the order, topping things up. That's been the second innings for the Zimbabwean. Couple there. 4 Broads. Doubles his tally. 40 for 1. Have any texts for your old mate House after his Zimbabwean side didn't go through to the World Cup last week? I interviewed him just before the game and full of hope, full of pride indeed for what they'd achieved out in Zimbabwe in the tournament, let alone the team themselves.
Yeah, I think they played some very good cricket as well. Incredibly tough ask when you look at the sides that were out there. Only 2 qualifying for the World Cup. That's right, isn't it? There's only 2 that went through.
Zimbabwe, Ireland and Scotland didn't.
And the West Indies.
Who did I miss? No, sorry. Did I say the Netherlands didn't go through? Of course they did. Netherlands and Sri Lanka went through.
Netherlands, Sri Lanka went through. No West Indies, no Scotland, no Ireland, and no Zimbabwe. So, real shame that, I think. T20 World Cup, obviously next year, a lot more nations qualify for that. The 50 over World Cup's been shrunk down, hasn't it? But you expect to see all of those sides in the T20 World Cup.
Oh, this is good bowling from Higgins. And the 2027 World Cup shared in Zimbabwe, Namibia and South Africa.
It's a beauty from Higgins there, just leaving Broad, just beating his outside edge. Just maybe seeing the effects of the roller just wearing off. Obviously Northants used a heavy roller. We're now just under an hour into Northants' innings, and sometimes you do see that effect wear off. The pitch just starts to move sideways a little more. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that over the next couple of overs.
Whiteman, Proctor, Keogh and Zabe. It's a decent batting lineup the Northamptonshire have. Bottom of Division 1. No particularly weak links there, are there? Broad, young player of promise coming in on first class debut, but all the way down to McManus. His maiden first class century against Surrey years back. Looked a player of real promise. 16th over of the innings saw this ball continue to have assistance throughout this second innings, as it felt as though it did in the first. Similarly for Northamptonshire, I think they'll feel that there was good pace and bounce at this ball throughout the Middlesex innings.
Those last two balls just demonstrate this pitch a little, don't they? The first one carries through quite comfortably to Simpson, the second one he catches on the half volley, not too dissimilar lengths, so there's still plenty in this pitch for a bowler. Keep threatening that forward defensive of Emilio Gay, who's played very nicely here. 14 of 43, looked very comfortable. Just starting to build some pressure here, Bamber. Obviously went for a boundary in his first over. It's been very, very quiet since then. Just those dot balls, Middlesex be keeping an eye on those dot balls and just building some pressure, stopping the Northants batters from scoring. Could be in for a very good 9.2 overs left in the day. Could be in for a very good passage of cricket here.
Slipped out on Helm. A chance to go at it. End of the over. 41 for 1 after 16. 9 overs remain today. Not the fast forward cricket that Middlesex would have hoped for. That was Mike Selby's description of the tests at the moment. Fast forward cricket.
I think it's been brilliant to watch, isn't it? I mean, whether you agree with how England are playing their cricket, whether you want to see a bit more convention in the way that they're batting, it's been brilliant to watch. Edge of your seat stuff, and currently the world is, well, the English media, it's on front and back pages, isn't it? English cricket, which is, you know, for the cricket that's being played. So it's creating stories for the right reasons.
Got excited behind the stumps first. Higgins didn't particularly, nor did Simpson.
I'd call that a polite appeal from Middlesex there. Just down the leg side. Brushed a little bit of trouser on the way through. I think, look at the reactions there from Middlesex. Not too disappointed it wasn't given out.
White and Robson slipping second.
Simpson up to the stumps here for the right-handed broad. Obviously, part of the plan here to keep him in his crease, bring the LBW back into play. Quite a wide stance broad.
Just a single down to Peter Milan. Balls faced for Gay now. Digging in again as he did in the first innings.
He's played that line very well, isn't it? Just that outside off stump line. Previous single he dropped into point with a forward defensive. That one just on top of the bounce of the ball, just a run down, very well controlled run down to third man. Looks very assured outside his off stump there. Playing very nicely so far for his 17. So at these moments you really do get to see how good John Simpson is up to the stumps. One of the finest wicket keepers in county cricket. Obviously a big topic of discussion with the England side at the moment.
Oh, has he nicked it? He has! 44 for 2 at the end of the 17th, and it's that man Higgins again, and it's the end of an over again, picking up a wicket. Broad's gone for 5. Still trailed by 14, Northamptonshire. 8 overs remain on day 2. Go on, say it. Called it. Tell us why you called it, Alan
I
Coleman.
called wicket 2 balls ago to Kev, just off mic there. We're talking about Simpson up to the stumps. Beautiful bit of work. A little bit of shape away from the right-handed broad. Simpson, as we were saying, one of the finest wicket keepers into county cricket. Been incredibly consistent for Middlesex over a number of years. And a great bit of work up to the stumps to give Higgins his 2nd of the innings. What a day he's having. Just going down the leg side there on the angle, wasn't he, Simo? So I think Simpson's looked at the shape of the ball and thought that it's going to come back in, and it's just nipped away off the surface, recorrected his hands. Brilliant bit of work. Well deserved from Higgins again.
Speaking of Zimbabweans, hope your mate Houghton hasn't got any ideas. Good few Zimbabweans around at the moment. Yeah, you were mentioning at Kent. Higgins at Middlesex.
I think Miaye is a very fine player. I think he's got a great future ahead of him. Be interesting to see internationally what he chooses to do. But a very fine young player.
Has he made his choice already, I'm assuming? As good a player as he is.
.5 overs left in the day. I think a big period in the game here now. Middlesex new batter in Whiteman in. Gay looking very composed on 17 or 50 balls, but another wicket or 2 here for Middlesex. Very much puts Middlesex in the driving seat.
Went around and Sir Andrew Rad, the Northamptonshire commentator for the BBC. My call to him at that point was 4 down at stumps.
See, we're getting into Nighthawk territory as it is known now.
I was a little disappointed there wasn't Helm and Bamber that went out last night. Stoneman dug in, I assume, and said, no, I'm going out.
Yeah, there was never any doubt that Mark Stone was going out to bat. I think he was first off, he had his pads on and he was ready to take it on. Bamber was ecstatic to be given the opportunity to open the batting.
I was expecting the full-on Fletcher from Bamber. 50 open in the innings as night watchman, as Fletcher got at Lords last year. First batter to get a 50 in the same match, batting at 11 and batting at 1. So he batted 11 in the first inning, smashed it around Lords, and then came out and opened up as a night watchman and got 50. Rain affected match at Lords last year. Nice shot, good stop. Roland Jones at mid-on. And see, poor old Josh DeCarries, that was the match. He was open, he got run out, didn't he, by Luke Fletcher.
Great bit of work there from Toby Roland Jones at mid-on. Just you get a wicket and those little bits go in your favour. A little diving stop here, keep the batters at the ends they're at, keep building the pressure. Bamber 4 dots in this over.
Actually, that was the way that DeCarries has run out, wasn't it? Stoneman pushed to mid-on, Fletcher ran around, threw down the stumps, and DeCarries has run out. First ball. 18 overs done, 45 for 2. First ball for Whiteman. He got himself in trouble to DeCarries as much as Emilio Gay did. Backed up just before lunch. Gay Whiteman did so just after lunch. Survived a big appeal to DeCarries. Then was Cord Eskenazi. Bowled Higgins, 11 from 46 balls.
Middlesex just brought in that fielder there to point, so just reinforce the offside ring. We've seen Gay get a couple of singles in through that area. Holden now in there, just blocking it up, trying to continue to build this pressure on the Northampton pair. Whiteman obviously 1 ball into his innings. Gay now faced 56 for his 17 runs.
ball to come at the over. He likes to pick up a wicket with the last ball of the over, as you've seen 3 times in the match now.
This could be one of the greatest predictions of all time, Kev. No pressure.
He obviously didn't know it was the last ball of the over. Here you go. 45 for 2. End of the 19th. 6 to go today. Match position Middlesex would very much have taken. And losing the toss yesterday. Thanks, Alan Coleman. Replaced by Mike Selvey alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the mic. On it's been a good day so far for Middlesex. How good a finish can it be for the skipper Roland Jones, back on at the Benham end, down the hill for the first time in the second innings.
Yeah, he does a sterling job uphill at the start, doesn't he? Shouldn't be doing that at his age. Good stuff from Ryan Higgins, isn't it? It's a good day so far for him, isn't it? Another good day for him. Yet another good day for him.
Yeah, I was just about to say good season so far for Higgins, isn't it? Good return to Middlesex, where promised so much from the beginning, but down to Gloucestershire for a few seasons, now back where it all began. Playing a huge part in the season so far. A big part in a crucial game here.
I didn't think it was a wrench for him to leave in the first place, wasn't it? It was a purely logical decision to get cricket when he moved.
Yeah, but funnily enough, he'd have played every single game of 2018 if he'd have stayed, because of injury and departure. And
yeah, but you don't know that, do you?
No,
so
no.
you know,
well, I remember Nick Gubbins having a conversation with him at the start of the 2017 season out in the UAE, the Champions game, MCC Champions game. I had a conversation with Higgins, and then Gubbins had a conversation with him, and Gubbins and I met up later and saying we've tried everything, we told him he can't go. No, I'm off. And that was the start of the 2017 season, really.
yeah, if you're a young cricketer, you're aspiring to good things. You make the best decisions for your career, don't you?
Yep, didn't get the games in 2017.
A tricky one, because the fellow who's holding down your place that you would aspire to is the captain. So
Well, that was the problem.
It's not
Yeah,
easy,
James
is it?
Franklin, yeah.
very still the air now, isn't it? The wind's died right down.
Quiet before the Roland Jones storm. So Middlesex will be hoping. They've all looked in good rhythm in this game, the Middlesex bowlers. It can't quite have been said all season long. It's just said on a couple of occasions this season. You know, can't remember the last time I've seen Middlesex out bowled in games. End of the over, 47 for 2, just the one off Roland Jones' return, none for 10 off 5. But yeah, I think from that first game of the season, Essex, then to Northamptonshire indeed in the second game, it seems as though there was a bit of intensity that was lacking at times from Middlesex. Not lacking from the opponents though, which is why it's been a tough enough start. But on top here, and put it to Tom Helm, was that the best that they bowled as a unit this season on day one?
Yeah, I think actually there's a little bit of a lesson to be learned from how Northamptonshire bowled, actually, because they're, in no way are they on paper as talented a bowling side as Middlesex attack is, but I thought they were pretty diligent and no frills to it.
Yeah, I think, like I said, from Middlesex perspective on the first morning, they probably could have had a couple more. 1-2 down at lunch. Carey's picking up gate right on the verge of lunch on day one. But it probably was a morning where they looked back and thought, well, maybe he could have had 3 or 4 there, really. Other than that, bowled really well. Just a little bit fuller after the lunch interval.
It's strange, isn't it, on a pitch where you're getting variable bounce, that one of the most effective bowlers, if not the most effective bowler in the game, is probably the shortest of all the bowlers, isn't he? I mean, in stature.
So bowled again.
He's hit the splice, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was making that comment. They're a bit like Mercer sometimes. Going up the hill, it really helps him because they just don't expect that extra bit of bounce. Edged and gone. No?
Didn't carry on, maybe didn't carry.
Thought that carried through to the gloves.
Didn't quite carry, did it? Just short. Would have carried if he'd have been standing up like he was for the last one, of course, wouldn't it? A few would have claimed that in the past, I tell you.
Single to Bamber. Oh, misfield, and they've taken 2. Even on the second look, I thought that still carried.
Played a lot of my first club cricket at the St John's Old Grammarians ground up in the corner there, Trinity Road and Burtwood Lane.
Never played that. Grew up on Beechcroft Road, which is where
Oh, did he? Okay.
St Jonians is up there, yeah.
Yeah.
2 Wandsworth boys. Supporting Middlesex.
Well, I was born in Middlesex, so it counts. But why I was born in Middlesex is another matter. I have absolutely no idea. Chiswick Hospital. No connection to it.
Sunbury boy, Toby Rowland Jones, in the Surrey League. Nice shot, just wide of Helm. Get a couple. 51 for 2. Just trailed by 7 runs now, Northamptonshire. Really has got the warhorse look, hasn't he?
Overs the ball going. We're not really seeing it misbehave at all, have we?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Certainly a few signs of it through the Middlesex innings. Indeed, probably more so than there was in the Northamptonshire first innings as well. A little bit of misbehaviour from the ball. 51 for 2 after 22. 3 overs to go today. 18 deliveries. Gay and Whiteman get through unscathed.
Yeah, I kind of thought this was a sort of state of the game, the pitch, where you'd be looking to attack the stumps more, maybe, but not from full. You know, you're hoping for the uneven bounce, make sure they're playing, but it hasn't manifested itself yet. Tom coming up the hill. Tom Helm replacing Ryan Higgins.
First spell in the match up the hill, I think, isn't it, for Helm? Don't think he bowled up the hill at all in the first innings. Oh, look at that die on the way through to Simpson. Up the hill. Again, naturally, he'd say the trajectory from the taller man to get the bigger bounce up the hill, but...
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I suppose you could argue that last delivery was quite a good one if it was straight, wouldn't it?
Ooh, it just goes away.
Just a little twitch at that he had, didn't he, the bat? Say hold the line, hold the line. And if it does something, it'll beat you. Beat the bat, doesn't get you out. Just a little twitch of the bat there to follow it.
So 2 overs at the end of the day from Helm running up the hill from the lake end. Certainly worth a try, especially at this stage, just for 2 overs, see how it goes up the hill for him. Intriguing stuff on the second evening. Helm probing away. So it's to go on day 2. 51 for 2 Northamptonshire. They still trail by 7 runs. Very nearly there. And then on the final 2 days it becomes our last 8 wickets versus your last 10. But you're batting last.
It's a poised, isn't it?
Still got to get those runs, Northamptonshire, in this third innings. Middlesex will hope to keep the pressure on all the way through. Look for a little wobble. One big wicket back. Broad on his first class debut, the last to go. Still a couple of dangerous batters to come.
One more wicket between the close would be a good days. My imagination, it's been a pretty nifty over 8 today, hasn't it?
6:30, yeah, not bad. The change of innings. How many wickets have gone down?
Were there any
12.
extra overs or not? No.
No. Middlesex were on a -1 from the first innings, so they've had to speed up this evening and just be aware of their work. Still Keogh, Proctor, Zaib. Keogh and Zaib top of the averages. Zaib 49 in the first innings. Then McManus. Another one would be nice to take off for the Middlesex captain tonight. Two to come of the day from Roland Jones, a bumper to remind Gay not to get happily on the front foot to him. Little check of how many to come to it is. On to 21. Whiteman on strike for Roland Jones, his last ball of the day. Steered away. Pumped up towards the ribs, the armpit of Whiteman. Roland Jones' day's done. None for 15 from his 7 this evening. 54 for 2. Some useful runs with Higgins either side of tee though. And Middlesex just about noses in front. I think that again, go through each of the sessions. Did Middlesex won every session? Probably some, only just, but most, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty even Steven game, to be honest. The fact they've lost 2 wickets, you're almost parity. They've lost 2 wickets offset by the fact that Middlesex have to bat last on a pitch that you imagine will only get trickier. So I reckon it's quite a close game at the moment.
Helm with the final over of the day, down to long leg, 55 for 2. Yeah, that's where I was going with it. I was thinking, yeah, Middlesex probably feel, yeah, okay, nose in front, nose in front, nose in front, but end of second day, it's anyone's. Haven't had that really dominant session to push Northamptonshire out of sight. And of course, that's one of the things about Division 1 cricket. You can't afford to have one of those really bad sessions where you fall out of the game.
I mean, that was criticism of Middlesex over the few seasons, has been letting the big moments go.
Northamptonshire haven't done that at all in this game, haven't capitulated. Even though Middlesex probably walk off the field in almost all sessions to this point thinking, yeah, that went alright, but Northamptonshire, again, because Middlesex have to bat last, this isn't a bad position visitors find themselves in.
Yeah, it's almost a one innings game now, isn't it?
What will a wicket tonight mean to him, to Middlesex? Nice ball, good leave. It's attempted to come around the wicket. It's a few too many leaves perhaps in a couple of overs from the Lake End. Switch up at the field, what are they going to do? Put Higgins in at a leg gully, leg slip. Pushes it straight across him. Certainly looks in the mood, Helm, doesn't he? Looks focused. Had that one catch put down. Carey's having to leave the field, injured his finger. He and Eskenazi both off with injured fingers from action in the slips.
Make him play last ball, don't let him leave it.
Right up there and defended. Good from Gay, 21 from 81 for him. He's helped his side to near parity at stumps on day 2 with 8 wickets standing. Whiteman has 6. Helm and Roland Jones searching for wickets in the second innings. Pretty decent second day, as we said. It wasn't a bad first day either for Middlesex, but pretty even Stevens.
Yeah, definitely. It's a one innings match, 3 behind, 2, and those 2 wickets, say, offset by the fact that Middlesex got the bat last. And my observation is that actually Northampton bowlers have got a little bit more out of the pitch than Middlesex bowlers have. Seems to be playing pretty well at the moment.
I think it probably played at its best this evening. I have to say, these 25 overs.
What roller they had on, whether the roller had an effect on us, or
yeah, that was wondered by Alan Coleman, the heavy roller. Will that still be in effect tomorrow morning?
Do they have a roller on it first thing or not? Or does it not get rolled?
No, I mean if it eases off. No, actually I'm not sure. But will that heavy roller they had on in between innings, I mean in the morning,
yeah,
the effect of the heavy roller as it started to wear off, and
yeah,
just maybe that brings Middlesex some more joy first thing tomorrow. But 25 overs gone with this Kookaburra. The one thing it has done, the Kookaburra, throughout the match so far, is it seems to have maintained a little bit more for the bowlers throughout the game than it did down at the Aegeus. Many theories on that, particularly the dry nature of the surface. scariffed nature of the surface down at the Aegeus. That's it from the day. Day 2 at Northwood. Northamptonshire trailing by 3 runs, 55 for 2 after they skittled Middlesex for 277. Higgins with that 64. 2 batters reaching 50. A few starts in there as well, but good from Keogh, good from Sanderson. Wrapping it up. Higgins though, look at that. 2 for 33 in the first inning, 64 unbeaten, 2 for 11 in the second. He's been Middlesex's star man so far. They're going to need somebody in the morning to get it going as well before Northamptonshire will be looking to set somewhere around 200 on this, which could be tricky. Join us back just before 11 in the morning. Thanks to Mike Selvey and to Alan Coleman as well. Thank you for your company. From the stream team, myself, Kevin Hand, here at Northwood. It's a very good night to you all.